Okay, that means I'm live. See, it never comes up until I refresh the page. Weird. Okay, so today, for a little bit, what we're going to be doing is looking back at. I did on 23rd of October. Holy shit, that was a long time ago. I did a set review for The Great Dark Beyond. And I'm going to go back through it and. Actually, I should have like a notepad document or something. Yeah, the notification on Discord is literally, you've gone live. Awesome, thanks. Okay, so I'm going to... so what is it I need to disable? I disable preview. I mean, it does. I don't think it matters for this, really, because it's low yield. Hey, look, it's old me as well. Okay, so we want times I was right and times I was wrong. Maybe I should have a counter or something on screen. Or I could just screen capture this. Nah. Let's... Do I make a... I don't know. I could make a ping counter, I suppose. Just a text. Hold on. Add window capture. Oh, cool. We did it immediately. Capture method, Windows 10. So, I think it's Alt. Well, I guess it really doesn't matter that much. And we'll put that in a corner. Yeah, since I got that stupid thing in the corner there, it would be... It'll cause me no problems whatsoever. I'll put that on top. Alright, so we're going to go back through this and we're going to see all of the card reviews I did at the time and basically just determine if I was right or wrong in those situations. It feels really weird having this overlay without the controller, but I'm sure I'll live. Alright. Yeah. I did my post. That sounds like me.
The controller for this.
Is my audio boosting on? It usually is. Yep, of course it is.
Let's find. That's in option
clip.
And
I need to make one of these in advance this time.
Properly.
Hey, so how's it going?
This might actually be. I mean, it's obviously not 1920 by 1080.
Okay. I'll make one in advance this time around so I can.
Which it's going to be on.
Come on.
Titans. Okay.
Hey, is that Cyber in chat?
Alright, so we practice here.
Hold on, let's
bring this back.
This is 1080.
No, it goes to Discord, which is literally
that's not
just telling me, congratulations, you are live. Thank you. How
some things never change, I guess.
Location. But we'll see. A meta defining.
Don't worry, you're not the only one. Okay, are we...
Is that music to
started? Is that it?
That's really quite defining me.
Okay.
See how strong.
So the first card I went over was Okanai Death Speaker. After another friendly minion is reborn, summon a copy of it. I put this in objectively good, and I think I was absolutely wrong. I don't think I've ever seen anybody, ironically or otherwise, run it. I tried running it for a laugh last night. There was a quest to trigger Investor's effect, like 12 times in one game. And yeah, like it just never came up. Even as a 1-drop, it's not. I don't think it was good enough realistically. And one mana 1/3 is a pretty premium 1-drop line. So let me yeah. So even as a 1 mana 1/3 with an effect, it could be good. I never saw it as right. I never saw anybody playing it, so this is a time when I was.
I don't think it's a gimmick. I think that there's a potential for it to be exceptional.
But
I don't think it's going to be like the.
There wasn't.
meta-defining card.
I was completely wrong. It definitely
I think
wasn't
I'll put it into
meta-defining.
objectively good. It's a 1-drop. It's unholy, which works very well with the reborn stuff.
It doesn't.
But I don't think it's going to be like a card that's in every Death Knight deck, which is basically
because
what
it was in none.
5 undead with taunt and
This is another one of those cards I literally never saw anyone
give your
run.
hero 5 health, spend 5
and I put
corpses
this
to
into
again, it's
meta-defining.
This will be in every Highlander Death Knight deck. Usually Highlander Death Knight decks are rainbow, so they use all 3 colours.
I mean, I'm not entirely wrong there.
This being 2
about
different rune colours.
Most
is
Highlander
big on
decks
that.
being rainbow, which is using 1 blood, 1 frost, 1 unholy rune. But at the same time, I was definitely wrong that it was meta-defining. I don't think I've ever seen anyone play this. Because the thing is if you want the extra 5 health or the extra 10 health, you use the vampiric blood instead. It just does the same job, but it costs less, and costs less corpses as well. So which became like I think it's vampiric blood. It became like basically one of the defining Death Knight blood decks. Actually, that reminds me. Later on, I I misspoke and called Death Knight Demon Hunter because I still wasn't entirely used to the fact that there was an 11th class. Yeah.
The fact it also gives you like 5 health, 10 if you have the extra 5 corpses, which you usually will on by 6.
Oh, I forgot
And you're
resizing.
summoning up
This makes
5/5 with
fuck up.
taunt, which is really really strong. So I think this will probably be in every Highlander Death Knight deck. I can't say for sure if it'll be in every. Just no, where's my folder gone? Fuck, I just clicked out. My bad. Let's put that. No, it's this.
Yeah, it was
Put that on
in
top.
no decks. I haven't seen it
so
been
I think-
played
That's how it works.
at any level.
Minion with cost equal to this minion's attack up to 10.
Okay, so for context here, when I was making this video, I didn't know what starships were, so or how they worked at all, and that made it difficult to properly determine whether they were good or not. The issue was that I ended up rating some of them. I mean, I tried rating them as objectively as possible, and I think I did a good enough job. But as it turns out, there wasn't really a meta or anything that specifically, said starships were good. I don't think they were used as much as Blizzard maybe thought they were until the StarCraft mini set came out, and then even then, starships are only really good in Terran classes at that point. So I think that's Paladin, Warrior, and Shaman. Meanwhile, Zerg and Protoss got no real bonuses to starships. So yeah, this was. I think this is one of the worst ones in in hindsight at this point, because I this is one that I never really saw anyone play. Like I saw people trying to use Death Knight with their starships. I think the other one was better. I can't remember even the trigger a random death rattle on spell burst. But hand buffing this was pretty difficult. You had to go quite far out of your way to do it because it's not undead. Like Death Knight can definitely do hand buffing undead, but that's it. They can do hand buffing undead. They can't really do unbuffing, hand buffing traitless minions.
I don't know how starship pieces work. I'm wondering if there's.
Okay, yeah, there was a video later. I was trying to work it out, and even then, I didn't fully understand it yet because
Don't think.
I think I say it in the video as well. Is that orbital
Minion
moon?
taunt lifesteal if you play.
This is another one of those cards I never saw anyone play, but I still think I was wrong because I've used this quite. Actually, I'm just going to not bother with this. I think I was wrong about Orbital Moon in the sense I used it when I was doing the Zerg stuff, and the ability to put this on a Infestor is really really strong, especially for 1 mana. The main one obviously is you give it Reborn, so you can use its effect more than once. But it's a rune requirement that made me think maybe not, because those keywords are really strong for 1 mana, but at the same time, it's in blood. If it had been in unholy, it would be probably a lot stronger. If it was in frost, it might still be stronger because they've got a lot of death rattles. Whereas blood doesn't have as many, doesn't really have as many dedicated death rattles. Most of them that are blood, to the best of my memory, are blood and unholy, or blood and not blood and frost. I don't think there are any blood and frost cards except for pure rainbow cards. But yeah, so I'm misunderestimated this card quite a lot. I don't think it was actually a competitively viable card in the truest sense, but as a casual player, it came in handy for me sometimes, which is good enough.
Jason
So
card this turn, also give it
I
reborn.
will, I will happily say I was wrong on this one because I think I put in
I don't
objectively
watch
bad.
Steel, which is you're grain on. I just don't think it's.
Yeah, I didn't think it was good. I still don't think it's good. But I think the use case scenario, like, there are some niches where it can potentially be fantastic. 8 Hands from Beyond. I did the quest. I was doing the quest for this yesterday. Like, there's a progression quest you can do where you get some experience, and I'm racking up experience so I can get gold for the next expansion. Where you destroy, so many cards using this card's effect. I completed all of it, so that's good. I still don't think this card is good though. I think this card is genuinely garbage. Like, it's one of those cards they print, and it's like it's more of a challenge to the players than it is an actual, like, you build your deck around this card, and yeah, it's kind of tough to validate this card's existence at all.
The 8 Hands from Beyond. This is the gimmick. This is 100. I've read this card, and I think this is 100% a gimmick. Destroy both players' decks except the 8 highest cost cards in each.
One of the things I started doing as well, even though a game never really went on long enough to do it, was I realised that once I destroyed the all the cards in the decks except for the top 8 most like expensive ones, usually the opponent's deck would have more good cards than mine. So I started throwing Kil'jaeden in there, and then usually I died the turn after I played Kil'jaeden. And usually, so to complete that quest, in case anybody's ever going to actually do it, who's watching this, is what you want to do is just auto concede to anybody who's not playing Renathal, because by the time you assuming you draw this and can play it on turn 8, usually they've got like less than 20 cards left in their deck if they're playing optimally in some way. So you'll end up with like destroying 4 cards. So it could have been.
This is not a real card that anyone is seriously going to play. I think this is a card that will be seen in decks that are at like casual levels rather than anything serious. Basically, it probably should go in the trash, but at the same time, I feel like there probably are going to be some people who run gimmick decks specifically just to run this card.
No, nobody did. It does genuinely belong in the trash. The gimmick that you have to use to build this deck is a lot of draw cards, and then you also need to have a really high top end that you hope you don't draw at any point throughout the game. Because once you get to those 8 cards left, your 8 cards and whatever's in your hand need to be better than whatever your opponent's 8 cards are and whatever they have in their hand. And usually that just doesn't materialize that way. So yeah, this is a trash card. It's not a gimmick, it's just trash.
But I don't think it's going to be in any meta defining decks because
it wasn't.
Like,
I saw one person in Legend rank who run Exarch Maladar with it, and even then, like, that's because their top 8 cards were extremely top heavy, like situational cards that wouldn't work in any other situation. So, like, props to that guy. I don't think he got to Legend with that deck, but he probably got bored of playing, I don't know, Demon Seed, and then swapped to it later on just for fun. But yeah, it was it's definitely it's one of those cards that you look at and you think, okay, why does that exist? The 8/8 body doesn't do anything out for it either, so it's like an objectively worse Ticketus, because at least Ticketus you can return to 0 with Yasharaja Defiler. And it also just melts those top. I mean, the thing is, I can imagine this fucks up a lot of strategies. Like, say you start with 30 cards, and you're playing this, so you're assuming you're going to lose 22 of them at some point during the game. And so you've got to make sure that every single one of those 22 cards is insane. Because otherwise, this is only as good as the 22 cards you put in your deck, basically, the other 22 cards.
This. The way you want to play this is that your 8 cards cost less than your opponent's 8 cards.
No, I had the completely wrong mindset there. You don't want your top 8 cards to cost less than your opponent's top 8 cards. Like, sure, you want to be able to play cards at that stage of the game, but you want your top 8 cards to be better than their top 8 cards. You don't want them to be objectively, definably worse.
And like, one of the things I'll probably test this with Alex with is against Jade Druid.
Yeah, I did actually do that. The main there was one other use case scenario for this card, and it's because I didn't know that Steam Cleaner existed, and it is against other Death Knights who are running Rainbow, and more specifically Plagues, as well as Jade Druid and Bombs and Thogrun. Like, this card can remove, will just remove every single threat that your opponent's put in your deck as well. So it does have a utility. The utility is just Steam Cleaner does it better. And let me just bring up Steam Cleaner so I can. I think it's Steam Cleaner. Yeah, there you go. And all it does, destroy all cards in both players' decks that didn't start there. It's kind of like during a season a little while ago, I started running Plate Breaker in all my decks. The one that nukes armor, because the one Druid deck where they gain like hundreds and hundreds of armor was really hard to deal with otherwise. So I started just running Plate Breaker. Running Steam Cleaner is a sub-meta choice at the moment. Like, it's just like a random 30th or 40th card. And basically it does the job of 8 hands, but better. So yeah, that's pretty much... Like, it's a use case scenario, but when there's a 5-drop that does the same thing, but basically better. Like, you know, we just use the Steam Cleaner.
Like, Jade Druid shuffles 8. Oh no, that's the 8 highest cost. So yeah,
Jade Idols cost 1.
Oh, I don't know. I don't think this is not good, and it's not like it's bad. It's
or
just,
you
it's
could
never
use
gonna be...
the other option as well to Steam Cleaner is you could use there's a Hemet card that destroys all cards cost 3 or lower in your deck. So that also removes all plagues. It doesn't remove bombs or Thogrun's TNT, but it will remove that.
A card that's going to be running a real deck. It's a gimmick.
It wasn't.
Exarch Maladar. This...
I am so sad I didn't see this card more. I'm not gonna lie. I thought this card was gonna be the shit, and it wasn't. Like, that battle cry is genuinely such a strong battle cry. It is so good. But I only saw it like half a dozen times. Like, in total since the expansion launched, I've only seen it about, you know, I'd say I can count on my hands how many times I've seen this card being played. And it's so sad because, like, this is one of those really good design philosophy cards. I compared it directly to Gahun the Blood God from Priest, and I think that was a good comparison. But like, the problem is nobody run Gahun the Blood God either. So yeah, like, honestly, this is still probably my favorite legendary from the set. Maybe, if not, I'd say top 5. But yeah, like, it's just a shame they didn't see as much play as I thought it would, because I genuinely, like you're about to see, I genuinely thought it was going to be meta defining, and it just fucking wasn't.
It's going to be meta defining.
Maybe
Maybe for the same reason that Airlock Breach is going to be meta defining. I think that this card is going to see playing literally every Death Knight deck, in my opinion. Because like, anything that can run Holy, I should say. Just because of how, like, strong that is, like, using corpses to cast a minion.
That's the thing, is it is such a
Swagler,
good
who's,
gimmick.
another Hearthstone content creator, I believe, made a post questioning, and then I did the math on it, and the idea was how would you use this to get to Mechathune?
Yeah, I remember
And
that.
on turn 10, assuming you've got 10 corpses, you can Maladar into Mechathune, and then Eternal Layover, the give everything reborn and kill it, and apparently that will win you the game.
Yeah, we
assuming you've
tested
got that
it.
card,
It doesn't work because it technically does, but because you would have Maladar on the board at the same time as Mechathune. I can't remember what the exact play for it was, but it doesn't work that way. Maladar has to die before you Mechathune, before you Eternal Layover, because while Mechathune will come back to the board after Layover does its thing, I think it's something to do. I can't remember how it works. I'll have to retest it at some point, but because there's some step in it that I fucked up or something, and we just ended up not having the ability to do that.
Honestly, though, like considering how strong it is, it's like there's a priest card called
Yep.
Blood of Gahoon.
No,
It's a legendary,
Kahuna Blood God.
and it's basically just for the next 2 cards they cost life instead of mana.
And it was such
I
a
don't
cool
think
idea.
That was exceptionally. Why are you taking so long to load, dude? Hello. Not Blood of Gahoon. Gahoon of Blood God. Sorry, my bad. Draw 2 cards. They cost health instead of mana. And yeah, I mean, this is exactly the same.
It's another one of those cards that I
effect
wish was
as
good.
that, except obviously you're not draining your life pool away to use it. But I honestly see this as being something that will be used in a lot of decks. It is exceptionally strong.
Like you play
I guess
you play Kahuna. So the way the Kahuna Blood God works is you play it in a legendary only deck, and you hope to God you draw Reno off the top of your deck, because then you play the other one first, then you play Reno, and then you full heal. So you basically paid 8 mana for 3 legendaries and a full heal. Honestly, like I need to make. There's a series of videos I want to make actually about legendary decks, and like combos like that are really, really good for that kind of like just that sort of specific circumstance.
catch that maybe. And honestly, I think it's also a very well designed card. Like, I think a lot of what determines what's a good or a bad card in this game is how well balanced it is compared to everything that currently exists. And obviously, like stuff like, I mean, obviously, Mechathune isn't the example, but it's definitely an example, especially in Death Knight, where they've got.
It really is. Like the design
potentially
philosophy behind
esoteric
decks like
stuff.
Maladar is insane, and I love it.
Alright, Suffocate. Destroy a minion if you're building a starship. Also destroy a random neighbor. So this is kind of like rolling fireball or something that...
Basically, like, because I didn't like the way I rated this card was effectively that I just had to ignore what the starship was because I didn't know what building a starship meant at the time. This was before they released and before I had the cards, so I didn't know what that actually meant at the time. But still, a 4 mana destroy a minion is still really freaking strong. Obviously, destroy 2 minions for 4 is, as I'm about to bring up, a Cascading Disaster.
Destroys more than one, or Cascading Darkness, I think it's called. The Warlock card. Why the fuck is Firefox so slow? Why is it opening 2 tabs?
Because I probably had like 900 other tabs open on other windows. I always do.
Hearthstone. I've probably got the wrong... Cascading Disaster.
Half Sonti. Yeah, there you go.
This just destroys 2 minions.
And then when it's corrupted, it destroys 3.
Instead.
I think it. Actually, I'm pretty sure it destroys 1, and then you can corrupt it twice to get it to destroy 3 over that, or it is just genuinely 2, and then you add a 3rd. But because it's a class card, they can get away with destroy 2 in the same way as Death Knight can get away with destroy 2, assuming you're building a starship. Which is a shame because their starship mostly sucks.
Same sort of principle. It requires you to be in the middle of building a starship. Which, again, like, I'm not entirely sure how that works, so I can't really evaluate this card properly. I imagine that the starships are going to be mostly gimmick decks.
They were.
Like, I don't feel like I mean, admittedly, I haven't seen any of them yet, but I get the feeling that this new mechanic is not going to be like a game changer in the meta.
Yeah, like, I'm completely right here, by the way. Despite my like general lack of complete knowledge, is that Starship pieces, I think that Blizzard intended for them to be a big deal, and outside of like maybe two classes, they really, really weren't. Until the Starship, until the mini set, and then Terran made them really, really good because you can just summon lots and lots of little ones that do stuff. But yeah, realistically, I don't think I specifically remember. I think in that when you're creating a deck, there's actually a like for almost all of them, it's got like Ruffles Starship deck, and it's like it's still just a Starship deck though.
I think it will probably be. They'll probably be. In
Well,
the
actually, no, no,
Highlander.
no, no. It's not a Starship deck. Usually, it's like four Starship pieces. Like basically, what carried the entire Starship piece archetype or keyword in this game is Arcanite Defense Crystal. And the reason it did that is because when it dies, it gives you 6 armor, and it's already got a pretty decent body. It's got a signature. Wow, cool! I didn't know that. But yeah, 4 mana, 3/4. When it dies, gain 6 armor. So your starship when you launch it will also give you like 6 armor upon death, which is still, and it will have taunt. So yeah, most of the quote unquote starship lists they had was literally just Arcanite Defense Crystal, one or two of the one or I think I can't remember which class it was that actually have really good ones. But yeah, usually you'd have Arcanite Defense Crystal, one or maybe two of the class specific one, and then the rest of the deck would not have anything to do with that at all. It would just be like, here's 25 other cards that are just generally good for the for the class.
Because it's like, oh, here's some extra cards you can throw into those decks that work
They
with
were
your,
genuinely so
with your
disappointing
Highlander.
to start with.
But at the same time, I don't think they're going to be that strong.
They weren't.
Although saying that again, it's just from what I've seen so far. Destroy 2 minions for 4. Like if it's assassinate used to cost 5.
I think it still costs. No, I think they
Priest
buffed
got,
it. Time Rip.
what's the priest one?
It also invokes Galakrond, which
Destroy
at the time
minion,
was quite
invoke
strong.
Galakrond, Time Rip. And it's like, jeez. So yeah, now it's 4 mana, destroy.
It's
2
incredible
minions,
how much random shit I
assuming
just
you're
remember
building a
about this
starship.
game.
So basically, I guess you don't cast this until you've got the starship down. That being the case, honestly, 4 mana destroy a minion is still objectively good. Like,
Yeah, like the other good thing about Suffocate is it doesn't have a rune requirement. It's like the Primus. The Primus is good exclusively because it doesn't have a rune requirement in the same way that this is. Like no matter what deck you put it in, it is just a 4 mana execute at worst, and a cascading disaster at best.
can't fault
Corrupted cascading
like
disaster.
it's
really strong.
Very strong.
I never
4
saw
mana
anyone using it, but then
destroy
again,
no
Death
rune
Knight hasn't been
requirement
one of the classes I've
is
seen that
extremely
much
strong,
of outside
and
of
then it
Zerg.
becomes a gimmick if you're looking to destroy 2. Right, we've got Assimilating Blight. Discover a free cost
Yep.
death route or minion, summon it reborn. This is
I was
trash.
absolutely right about this.
Most people don't like cards that have RNG on them.
I had never seen a single person use this, either ironically or unironically. That rune layout is fucking atrocious. Like it doesn't. Like the thing is 2 blood 1 unholy is pretty good. 2 unholy 1 blood is not a good lineup because it locks you out with so many like decent utility cards, but also it's just so bad. Like
That rune layout is pretty wank. Like blood for 2 unholy is pretty difficult to. It's not like it's difficult. It's just like it's not one of the better ones. It cuts you off from using a lot of the good blood cards that cost 2 runes. Unholy is arguably. I mean, I would honestly say Unholy is probably the strongest especially in WoW but exclusively because of Marigar.
Yeah, I'd say if you were to build purely to one of the rune types, um, Unholy is definitely the strongest because of Marigar. Like the end game potential of Marigar is you build up an entire, like throughout the entire game, you build up your corpses, and then when the end of the game comes and you've got like 100 corpses, you summon, you wipe your own board and then you play Marigar, and you've got 6 other things that like don't have a maximum and can they gain a shit ton of stats basically. Like you're looking at a lot of stats at that stage in the game because each one starts as a 1/1 and gains an additional 2/2 for each corpse you spend at that point. So you kind of got a shit ton of stats there. I don't think that either of the other two on their own do anything as strong as that. The only thing I can say is comparatively strong is Rainbow, and that's only because of stuff like Reska and the climactic necrotic explosion, which is just like a ridiculously huge damage spell. So yeah, like there's a lot, but like this rune layout just really ruined this card. I think if it was maybe one blood, one unholy, probably fine, but it wasn't. So
And basically in every Death Knight deck in Wild, you've got to also run Sylvanas the Accused and Sidon Athreus.
okay, so Sylvanas the Accused and Sidon Athreus are both infused cards. And at the very start of the Death Knight class, like there are some generic cards that are obviously really strong for it. This is one of them. Since your hero power generates a 1/1 that no matter what happens will die, what you want is to like it's kind of a weird situation, but like you can start the game with Sylvanas the Accused and Sidnathris in hand, and when you get to mid to late game, you'll probably be fine. Because of the there's a Golduck in chat, cool. Because of the infuse, like you want to be able to steal your opponent's minion without it being via spell or hero power, mainly spell. And inside Anathrius, a toast to all who tried to kill me. Yeah, is lifesteal. This got nerfed, by the way. It used to be infused 1, but that was just too much damage. So like, even if this hits, I think on average this hits about 15. Like I've seen it. Sorry. I've seen it go higher, but broadly speaking, usually like you'll average it out at about 10 to 15, give or take, on the amount of damage it does, and it gives you that much health back as well. And even after the fact, it's a 10/10 with lifesteal, so they'll have to get rid of it using a spell. But yeah, basically you run those two in any unholy variant of Death Knight just because of the amount of corpses you can rack up that way. I think at some point I'll do a video talking about the 3 different Death Knight rune systems and how I would like. The thing is I'm not a competitive player. I'm a casual. Like I don't really follow the meta as such. So maybe a profile for each of the runes would be a cool idea. And I'd have to put actual work into building a deck instead of just like ripping up one of the ones from like. Because I've been playing the same decks for about like a year, maybe more. I mean, there are some decks that like there are some decks I've had for a very long time, and they just sort of get updated over time. Treant Druid and Mech Warrior and Totem Shaman, stuff like that. Everybody else was playing Murloc Shaman, I was playing Totems. And then we got Grand Totem Mysore in Madness Stuck Me Fair. I was very happy with that. That made my day. Bit larger and larger men. I need a clip of Day 9 saying that so I can just put it in every time I reference it.
As well as the Primus.
Let's see if I can find that.
This is very close to being a rainbow, but it's not. So I'm just going to put it in trash. Because no, I'll just put it in objectively bad. I can see examples where it probably would be run as like a
there's no example where it gets run.
Well,
the problem is that there is no situation where you would run it. at all. I can't think of one. And the reason being is that instead of running a 3-cost Death Rattle minion that has Reborn, you could just run a 3/3 Death Rattle minion that is of your choosing and will probably be better than whatever you discover off this. Like, the Reborn is almost completely irrelevant at that point. Like, if you're gonna choose between a random card or one that you've specifically chosen that fits with the theme and what your deck does, then you're gonna go with that over this almost 100% of the time. Like, maybe 1 in 100 people will run this. I'd say more like 1 in 1,000, if I'm being really serious. Like, 1 in 1,000 people would pick this instead just to call it a spicy tech. It reminds me of. So we used to do Yu-Gi-Oh deck profiles, right? Like, we used to go to YCSs and shit like that, and some guy had a 6 Samurai deck, and he was running, what is it? I think the card is actually just called D6 Samurai. There's a trap card, and I think it's actually just called D6 Samurai. Trap card. No, the 6 Shinobi, this is it. If you control six samurai monsters with different attributes, skip your opponent's next turn. And somebody was running one of these in an otherwise basically completely like meta 6 samurai build with the True Kings and all that kind of shit. And they were like, "Oh yeah, my spicy tech is this absolute piece of shit." Like, that is exactly the use case scenario for this card. Is so then somebody can go, "Oh, I've got a spicy tech. It's fucking assimilating blight. It's not a spicy tech. It's shit."
I need a minion with Reborn on the board. And like, obviously there are options. There are times you could high roll with it, which would make it seem brutally unfair because there are probably some really good. It's like any of the Discover a 4-Ghost. I think there's a priest one that discovers a 4-drop, and you can get like a Flame Reef Faceless.
Yeah, because there are some really solid 4-drops in the game
you
now.
can get like Flame Reef Faceless off it, or like if you're in a pinch, you can accidentally roll into a taunt and then win the game from there, which kind of.
Yeah, I've seen that happen. Rolling into a random like really high roll 4-drop.
We've got Wakener of Souls, Taunt Reborn, Death Rattle, Resurrector, different friendly Death Rattle minion.
I wish this was been as good as I hoped it was. Like, this is like, I've used this since in a couple of different decks, and genuinely I just wish it was stronger than it is. Like, it's cool, but the 10 mana cost is really high for what it does. And it's one of those things that your opponent will almost always silence on sight if they have silence. But it is, if this was a 9 or even an 8, if this was an 8 or even 9 mana card, this would be. I imagine it'll probably see more play, but the thing is a lot of games don't go to turn 10 anymore. Like, there are literally games you can play where you won't even see 10 mana crystals. And it's a shame because this card has the potential to be really good. We'll see what past me thinks, though.
This is objectively good.
Oh, I agreed. Cool.
Like, it's 10 mana for 8/7, plus it comes back as an 8/1, so it's a bit annoying to get rid of. Resurrecting a friendly Death Rattle minion, depending on what you're running in the deck. Usually there's going to be a pretty decent Death Rattle in Demon Hunter. So I can see that being only 10 cards. Where's the play Hearthstone? Shit, where's the Starship?
So the main one I actually ended up using with that is I'm gonna have to.
Oh, this is stupid. Hold on.
Can you pause? Thank you. There's a miniaturized card in Death Knight that I used for it. It's a. Oh my god! It's a 5-drop. Can I hold on? I can just do. Where is Play Hearthstone? It's here. I can just use their filter. Good thing it exists. So it's from GDB. No, it wasn't GDB, was it? Let's just go wild. It's a 5-drop. Keyword miniaturize. There you go, Amateur Puppeteer. This is what I used it for. Because basically you summon one of these. That's your only Death Rattle in the deck besides the Wakener. And then, I mean, obviously 2 copies of it. and of course itself. And you basically get to hand buff a hell of a lot using it. That's basically the only use case scenario I found for it. But like, it's still a strong use case scenario.
The Great Dark Beyond.
I haven't eaten yet.
Is there your cards?
Oh yeah, because this is where I'm stupidly looking for the actual quote unquote starship.
They are.
Again, like the thing is there wasn't enough. So there was actually a video on the Play Hearthstone website that explains starships, and I can't remember if I've already passed it or not. But the issue that I had with it was they only showed one starship piece being made into a starship and then being immediately launched. I think that for the for that, what they should have done maybe is have two starship pieces being added to a starship, just so you can see how they interact with each other. Obviously, I know better now, but at the same time, back then, like all I saw was okay. That's fine. That's how that does, but it didn't show the whole story. So, a lot of the ratings for starship pieces are going to be difficult. Guiding figure is. I've seen people run this without even like bothering for it to be a starship, and the Soulbound Spire I've never seen anyone run.
Starship. I don't fucking know. So minion will cost equal to
Yeah.
this minion's attack up to 10, so it's going to be what, maximum 5 unless you buff it in other ways. As a death rattle, which will happen. So it gains that it summons a minion when it dies.
Yeah, like it's fine as like the thing is I can see an argument for it being fine as part of the like when it dies as a starship, but at the same time, like you've got to set that much up, and realistically, Arcanite Defense Crystal is just better, and that's the way you got to think about basically every starship piece is it on par with Arcanite Defense Crystal? Usually the answer is no. Guiding Figure is arguably a yes, if you can get the spell burst off. There are times when it will die before you like it. If you don't immediately proc it, then like you don't play this on turn 2 as a 3/2 basically. You play it on turn 3 as the 3/2 that also no, because you've also still got already have. Basically, you throw this back in. You mulligan this away. 100% of the time, because it's not useful until you've got a death rattle on board that isn't already, dead. So yeah, I think it's there's a use case scenario for Guiding Figure. I just don't think Soulbound Spire. Again, it comes down to the randomness as well. People don't like random cards. I mean, I'm to an extent I'm fine with some of them. Like obviously Yogg-Saron people only really play because it's a joke. But like, it just doesn't
replace itself. Trigger spell burst, trigger a friendly minion's death rattle. I don't fucking know, man. These are hard to determine because I'm not even sure if there's like maybe I should have started with neutral, but I'm not sure if there's neutral starship pieces because right now obviously it means there's only 2, but I imagine there probably are. So for now I'm just gonna fucking I'll put trigger a random friendly minion's death rattle into objectively good.
I mean, I suppose the other argument that can be made for Soulbound Spire is that Gorgonzormo is good. Like, I'm just trying to sort of come up with a way that this card is good, and I think that the same argument can be made for Gorgonzormo. Except the difference between this and Gorgonzormo is Gorgonzormo can't be silenced. And I get the feeling that if they so a little while ago, there was what was the event? There was something going on. Maybe it was a tavern brawl, but most of it was people making starships and summoning starships. And I was playing priest, and usually I just wait for them to launch their starship and then steal it or eliminate it with Aman'Thul. So, and eliminating with Aman'Thul or stealing it obviously doesn't give your opponent, it doesn't give you the benefit. So, yeah, like it's too many additional steps to get not enough benefit. I think.
I mean, obviously there's got to be ways to buff it, and I imagine the stats aggregate.
Yeah, as well at this point in time, I didn't understand that starship pieces. So like, this isn't just a 2 attack minion. If you get 2 of them, it's a 4 attack minion. So it's a 4 cost card, and then if you add the 2 of these, it's a 10 cost card. But at the same time, it still doesn't change it really.
Because they said that. They said that its stats. I don't.
Oh, here's the video. Yeah, I think it's also
go on.
stupid loud. Yeah. So yeah, it shows them making one starship out of one piece, which
See what they should, actually play the second starship piece so we can see how the second one interacts with the first one.
there you go. Yeah. That's
3, 2, 2,
that's kind of what I had in mind, basically.
Unless it has rush, one of the starship pieces has rush. It can't attack the turn it's summoned, and since none of them seem to have taunt.
Yeah, this was another argument I made about starships not being particularly good. It's like when you launch them, they don't do anything. Like, admittedly, this is as far as the starship pieces that I'd seen at the time. So, you know, like, it's a matter of, you know, like, not having been particularly aware of Arcanite Defense Crystal. But yeah, so, like, these two don't really do anything when you launch them either. There's a lot of... That's what a lot of the Terran stuff does. They've got a lot of the stuff where it's like, oh, on launch it also does
But
X.
these two don't anyway.
So... They got better.
Yeah.
Basically. Okay, that's just me just going to be
You're not
squabbling back
currently
and
in-
forward, isn't it?
Okay.
Oh yeah, this is where I added, for the first time ever, a new category. Like, good, bad, gimmick, trash, and meta. It is like my normal 5. But I had to add a fucking 6th category just for this card. I think I do use it a bit later on as well, but this was... that was new, so I'll be using that from now on as well, because it helps. I just have a place to put cards that I don't know, like, what the fuck's going on with them. That's
Your other
screenshot.
minions, sort of. Right, so after this attack, give your other minions +1 attack. I'm going to put this in objectively bad. As I sort of said just now, if they don't have rush, if they can't attack the moment you launch them, then this on-attack thing is kind of stupid. I don't think Demon Hunter has a forced attacking method, like Hunter or Demon Hunter. Or Death Knight. So I'm going to put this in bad, because like the buff is fine, but you have to attack with it. It has to live long enough for it, and it's only a 2/3. So I'm gonna put that. I'm gonna assume it's bad for now.
It's not bad.
Headhunt, deal 2 damage, get a 4/4
Yes.
bonus effect.
The crewmates.
Okay, let me see this.
Yeah, I spent a little while trying to work out what the actual effect of this was.
Okay, so these are the crewmate.
Adjoining crewmates. It just means anything that's next to them.
3 4/4.
They are genuinely
So you
fucking
get a
awful.
4 mana 4/4, basically like an adventurer, but maybe slightly.
I'm 100% biased on the side of crewmates exclusively because I packed a signature Deirdre, and it's probably one of the nicest signatures I own.
Considered slightly.
So I had to play a crewmate deck for at least 5 minutes.
Right, I don't know what that does. I mean, 1 mana deal 2. It goes to your hand. I don't know what it's going to do there, but it's still a 4. I'm going to call this bad. I don't think crewmates are going to be that useful.
They are bad,
Unless
but it's
whatever
funny.
summon the adjoining crewmate means is really strong. I think this. Is bad.
I think Deirdre's the next card, if I remember rightly. And the funny part is, as soon as I see it, I'm like, "Yep, this whole deck is a fucking gimmick."
My take on it for now. But then again, actually, I'm going to put this in hard to determine then, because I can't determine whether it's good because the summon an adjoining crewmate just doesn't make sense.
Yeah, they worded it
Unless
strangely.
it's
That's
in
all it
your
is.
hand. Oh wait, hold on. Let me read
This
that
is
again.
me. This is me working out.
Yeah. Battle cry. Summon every adjoining. Okay, so what if? I'm just gonna throw this one out there as a guess. What if summon every adjoining crewmate means specifically that if there is another crewmate in your hand next to it, it also summons that one?
Well done, me.
That's the only thing I can think of, because
Shit.
obviously if they are on your board, it would say something like summon a copy of the adjoining crewmates.
Good job, me.
So I guess the goal is to get as many of these as possible, and then you get them for free.
It is. There's actually a quest, I think, and it's to summon 7 of them in one go, and that is probably one of the most painful fucking things to do in this whole game.
You get a bunch of 4/4s for nothing. Well, for 4 mana. Okay, so if that is if that is how it works, I can imagine there is going to be a meta defined around how many of these you can get in your hand.
There was
And
no
even then, it depends
meta
on how
for
many ways there are.
crewmates.
I'm going to leave it in hard to determine until I see if there are any more that do this.
Until I see anyone to do that.
Alright,
Oh look,
Rush,
here's one that does
summon-
that.
Okay, well. Battle cry. Shuffle all 8 crewmates into your deck. Death rattle, draw 1. Okay, so this is going to be a gimmick. Good.
They also buffed it. It now draws 2 when it dies, which is really like the thing is this draw 1 was kind of really weak, but draw 2 is like pretty insane. And if I go to Durdra, Rebel Captain, Hearthstone, if I go to is it Hearthstone? I need to find I want to see if anywhere has the animation for it, because okay, fine, this will do. Where's the signature version of it though? I accept, whatever, sure. They showed the signature on the page. Oh, there you go. Yeah, that is a baller signature card. Plus, it's a Draenei, which is really strong because a lot I undervalued a lot of the. I mean, I didn't undervalue Draenei at all. Like Draenei are crap. The only thing that makes them good is Saronite Chain Gang into Velen. And that's literally the entire combo, because for some reason Blizzard decided to put Saronite Chain Gang back into standard. But like, this is like a wicked strong card now. I mean, it's still not meta, but I love it, so I don't care.
No. Okay, right, so now we know it's a gimmick. It's not a real deck. It's not.
As soon as you see a legendary with like this kind of connection to another card in the set, yeah, it's a gimmick.
Competitively viable, but it is going to be an excellent gimmick.
It
in
was.
the sense that like this whole, it's going to be like Adventurers.
It might be like, because Demon Hunter is one of the classes I'm not the world's biggest fan of, realistically. That and Rogue, and even Rogue has mechs. But yeah, this has become pretty much my go-to Demon Hunter deck if I needed to do a quest for Demon Hunters. It's not a good deck by any stretch of the imagination. It's just fun to see how many times you can resummon Durdra.
Like they're a gimmick. So this is the whole point of this deck, is to get as many crewmates as you can in your hand and then summon them all at once.
And then summon
But
28 worth
there
of
is
stats.
not anything else going on with them. A 4 mana 5/4 with Rush is pretty good. Plus draw one. Plus draw one specific card. The problem is I don't know how valuable they are in the deck.
They're not.
But at the same time, I imagine that because they're still, you can still run this in a Highlander deck, because it, even if you put all 8 in, it's after the start of the game, and there is only one of each.
Yeah, you could run
But
this
yeah,
very
it's 100%
safely in a
gimmick. I
legendary
don't see it
deck.
being a real deck.
You wouldn't, but you could.
Outcast and Spellburst. Shuffle your hand. Okay, well, this is just trash.
I'm really sad this card. Like, I think I've only ever seen this card being played once ever, and I'm really sad about that, because like I like the so Demon Hunter's main, like their class identity specific mechanic is Outcast, where if a card is on the left or the rightmost side of your hand, it gains an extra effect on play, like this one, for example. Like, if you play this one from the middle of your... Like, so you got 3 cards, and this is in the middle, you play this, it does nothing, it's just a 1-mana 1/3. If it's on the left or right, it will then shuffle your hand. And I like the idea of it being able to give the outcast abilities to cards that wouldn't otherwise, like, have them for a while. You know, because obviously your hand is completely random. But yeah, I like the idea of it. I think I've only ever seen it being played once.
This means exactly what I think it is, which is just it changes the order of cards in your hand. And actually, no, that could be good because Outcast is the left and rightmost card in your hand.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And obviously, you might want to shuffle your hand around in order to.
Yes.
How good is Outcast right now, though?
It's not, but continue. That's the thing, is the reason this card is bad is because Outcast has basically just been ignored for the last, like, since it was released. Like, there are still, like, 1 or 2 cards that people actually do use, but Eldritch being, but, like, the main deck is the Charged Pirates deck, and that has nothing to do with Outcast, pretty much. So, yeah, this kind of got just left behind and was a trash epic.
Used in a
Which
hot
is a
minute.
shame.
It's kind of hard to determine. I'm not going to put it in trash. I'm going to put it in hard to determine because being able to resort your hand in order to get an Outcast trigger early or earlier than you normally would is pretty strong. Like, especially if it's something like Scholar Gul'dan, which I know isn't. I don't know if it's actually available in standard, but in wild it is.
Yeah, and I'm predominantly a wild player, so
yeah, I mean that could be interesting. I just don't think it's 100% a good card.
It is sadly not.
Zortoth, Breaker of the Stars. Add 2 stars to both sides of your hand.
Oh, what a piece of shit!
When they collide, deal 5 damage to all enemies. Do we have knowledge of what the stars?
I've never seen anyone play this card. Like, even I assumed it was garbage because all it really is a delayed flame strike that you can't determine when it's gonna come. Like, obviously you can make it happen, but the thing is your opponent's gonna know it's coming sooner or later. And like the thing is it doesn't take a hell of a lot of analysis to work out exactly when. So, you know, it's kind of freaking awful. Like, I mean, it's still a 6-mana 5/5 with a flame strike on the board, but like, like a lot of the game at the moment and back then was aggro, so like wiping out their entire board didn't really do much.
I'll leave this one till last in case we find out what that is. Oh, okay. Hold on. I'm just gonna base this on the concept that it's 2 cards that get added to your hand.
They are, yeah. But they don't do anything, to the best of my knowledge. I know, I've never played this, and I'm a fucking casual.
You imagine?
Go on.
So you play this. So you get to say turn 10. You play this. You get the 2. You only Eldritch Being. Shuffle your hand. No, because you won't be able to Eldritch Being because.
I'm trying really, really hard to make this card good. Well, like, to find some way to validate its entire existence. There isn't one. It's probably when I do the tier lists, I need to know it. Like, I'm sort of guessing it now. This is the worst legendary in the set. It's another one of those cards that just like I don't think I have ever seen anyone use it, and I don't think I ever will.
Be because the stars will be on either side of it. I mean, even then, like 6 mana for a heavily delayed flame strike. I don't think that's very good.
It's not. Like, even a 5/5 means nothing.
I don't think it's trash though. I think I'm just gonna put it in objectively bad.
Good choice.
Like, because unless your hand is empty at the point of which, hold on 1 second. Need a board wipe and like you're playing off the top of your deck. I think this is
And even in
a
that
struggle
situation,
card,
it's still not
basically. I
brilliant.
don't think it's a
I
particularly
mean,
good
the
card.
only thing I can see it being good for is, like literally just to flex on your opponent when they got five, like if they got a board full of taunts and 5 health. I think that's literally the only way that this is valuable. But even then, Demon Hunter has Metamorphosis, which is also a legendary, and also does 5 damage, but it's a hero power, so and it costs 1 instead of 6. So you know, pick your poison.
Warp Drive, 3 mana, draw 2 cards. If you are building a starship, they cost 2 less. Okay, this is just subjectively good.
Yep.
Arcane Intellect.
The Arcane Intellect, as I'm probably about to explain, is the gold standard for card draw in Hearthstone. Basically, like if you value 1 card draw at 1.5 mana, then that's literally on point. If you're building a starship, they cost 2 less, so you're basically reducing the cost of those 2 cards you draw potentially to 0, especially in Demon Hunter. And they also have Skull of Gul'dan, which is effectively very, very similar, except if it's Outcast, it reduces their cost by, I think, 3. So,
Which is a 3 mana spell for mage that draws 2 cards. Skull of Gul'dan, I think, costs 5 right now. I think they buffed it again. And if it's out, not Skull of Gul'dan.
yeah, and then they nerfed it again to
Skull of
6.
Gul'dan, it costs 6. You draw 3, and if it's Outcast, you draw. They cost less. This is basically in the same vein as that. I think this has insane potential because of how cheap
It does, it's just a shame Starships did not.
a lot of Demon Hunter cards are. So I'm going to go with that.
Well, I can see a safe argument for Demon Hunter being one of the better classes for Starship pieces. Like especially if you get like a semi-decent swarm going on, because then you can use both the Starship pieces. Because this one is probably like, I can't remember if this is the best one, the best class one. I don't know, but yeah, it's one of the better ones, and you just run Warp Drive because yeah, basically reducing cost of cards is really strong.
Shattershard Turret, Rush, Wind Fury. Okay, so this is, so far, I'm going to say this is the best Starship piece we've seen so far.
Yeah, we've seen a total of 4. That's not a high bar.
Because it has Rush and Wind Fury, which is really strong. And 4 health is pretty annoying to get rid of. 2 attack is not brilliant, but at the same time, like, it means that as soon as it wakes up, it can do something instead of sitting around for a whole turn. Whereas this one is wait a whole turn to give your minions +1 attack.
Past me was stupid. Because the thing is I'll admit that at this point I still obviously am not aware of how all of those keywords line up. So the attack buff means that all of my other minions, say I've got the Patches Pirate or Expendable Performance or something, I'm basically giving them all +2 attack because the Shattershard Turret mixed with the other thing will give them will have 2 attacks, and it will also give them all +1 attack for each attack I make, which is 2.
So I guess they work in conjunction, but you almost guaranteed want to see Shattershard Turret before you see this one.
Yeah.
Right, the epic emergency meeting. Get 2 4/4 crewmates around demon that costs 3 or less between them. This requires some thinking about because so the crewmates, obviously it depends on what. I mean, even then for 2 mana they're being added to hand. Oh wait, this is still part of the gimmick. This is a gimmick. Why am I even thinking too hard about it? This is a whole gimmick. Like, I was gonna do a mental rundown of how good are the 3 or lower cost demons, and it doesn't fucking matter because it's a gimmick.
I didn't do that, but I might eventually. Like, the thing is realistically it doesn't matter. Basically you're putting a card between them that is 3 cost or less, and that cost isn't really that much to pay, realistically speaking. So yeah,
gimmick. It's not a real deck. Choose a minion, deal 3 damage to all other minions.
I've seen a total of one person use this.
Honestly, I think this card is bad. Like it's Hellfire except for 1 minion, and this is saying a lot because so Warlock have had since the very inception of the game. Warlock have had an 8 mana spell that destroys all the minions in play, and now they've got another version of it that also costs 8 mana that destroys everything except demons. And it's like, why does it cost 8? It's basically, it's literally the same card except it has a requirement attached to it. Or it has it's basically a buff version. I suppose. So obviously, if you're playing it, you're only really playing demons. Fair enough. Choose a minion, deal 3 damage to all other minions. Is this good? It's really hard to tell.
I think this card was one that I honestly wasn't sure about. Like, a lot of the rankings or whatever I give cards, I'm usually pretty on point on. Like, I know what I think about them. With Infiltrate, it's kind of difficult because, on the one hand, it is a Hellfire, but it doesn't affect one minion. On the other hand, what's the use case scenario for something like that?
Been hard to determine because, like, the thing is it's a card that I'm pretty sure that it has the potential to be good, and broadly speaking, it probably is good. But it being a cheaper Hellfire is confusing to me. Honestly, I think maybe I'll put Zortov somewhere else.
Yeah,
it feels
the trash.
A bit weird to call it bad because it's a legendary.
The trash.
I think this is a gimmick. I'm going to put this in gimmick. I don't think this is going to be seen in any real decks. I think it is just like it has a cool. It's a cool idea, but it's not a real card. Basically, that's my opinion.
No, the trash.
To it. I like calling it objectively bad is only because Flamestroke costs 7, and it basically does exactly this, and it doesn't have this stupid add 2 stars to both sides of your hand when they touch each other, like Flame Strike. It's a delayed Flame Strike, and it's not like you can put cards back in between. So yeah, that's my. I'm gonna put it in gimmick. I don't.
If I completely remade this, that'd be the trash. Just because not only have I never seen anyone play it, I personally would not play it, and I think I own it. I think it's one of the legendaries I've got, and I can't dust it for like another legendary or something because it's a legendary and I need it because it's the legendary collection.
I think it'll ever see real play.
It didn't. And it never will.
Recruit at the end of your turn, get a 4/4 route. Okay, crewmate. There you go. There you go. That solves that. That was easy.
I love crewmates. They're so funny. They're so shit, but they're so funny.
Demon Hunter.
Yeah.
Okay, so
it didn't have a meta deck.
So basically, I think the only thing with Demon Hunter is that they have a really strong deck right now with the Patches Pilot deck. I don't think that they're gonna get. I don't think that anything that they've got on this will be meta defining. Like the only thing they have that maybe could be is crewmates, but even then, like adventurers were not a meta defining deck.
Yeah, literally, the entire meta for Demon Hunters, to the best of my knowledge, was Patches the Pilot, and so I assume that means it was all just pirates for them, pirates all the way down. I think some people did run. I've seen people running Deirdre, but it's not in a dedicated crewmate deck. It's just as a standalone, and even then, like the most times I've seen it being run is in Highlander decks, and that's exclusively because Reno was, and I suppose maybe still is, one of the most overtuned cards in the history of the entirety of Hearthstone. Like they had to. The thing is they nerfed it so many times, and it's still really, really like probably one of the strongest cards in the entire game. So yeah, like I think that's the only real reason I saw people running Deirdre in Demon Hunter is because they were running a Highlander Reno deck. Like that's the thing is, with Reno, it doesn't matter what your deck is. If you're running Highlander, it's no longer, and you own Reno and you're playing it in there, it's no longer a Highlander deck. It's a Reno deck.
deck, so I don't imagine crewmates are going to do much better.
They didn't.
Gazer, elusive taunt spell burst.
Well, no.
Give your hero +8. Fuck me. That's beyond objectively good. That's just broken.
No, it isn't. This is a shit card that nobody run. See, the thing is I look at this 8/8 with taunt, and I look at those words and I see Ironbark Defender, which was like even for a very long time, Big Druid was sort of like their main gimmick. Like they could cheat out really big minions really quickly, and so I see an 8/8 with taunt, and I think, yeah, that's pretty fucking good. And he added elusive, so it can't be removed by spells or hero powers, which I don't. There's no hero power that properly combats this anyway. But like spells, you can't hex it, you can't polymorph it, you can't fireball it. But also on top of that, if you spell burst, you also get 8 attack and health. That's really, really good, and it's the definition of power creep, because they turned Ironbark Protector into can't be targeted. Plus, it gives your hero 8 attack and health. Like. But the thing is it was. I don't think because the thing is because of the way the game has been, with it mostly being aggro. Nobody plays a card like this. Sorry. Nobody's played a card like this in a very long time, because Big Druid has mostly just been out until very recently. I've seen a lot of bullshit using Isiel and Aviana, and then obviously just like from there though, it's just Nature Shaman, so it doesn't matter.
So in the very beginning of the game, Druid got an 8 mana 8/8 taunt Ironbark Protector, I think it's called. And this is just like a ridiculous buff on it, because it's not just 8/8, it's also it is 16/16 that also can't be targeted by spells. I honestly think this will be seen in like whatever. Actually, no, it depends. Like I'm gonna, barest minimum I have to put in objectively good. The problem is I don't know what Druid is really doing in the meta right now.
It was aggro. It was
if
token.
It's aggro based, or if it's one of those things that's like they play a slow game and control the game up until the end, and then
it was literally token Druid. Like, you summon a bunch of tokens, and then you buff those tokens, and then you win through overwhelming low-cost minions. Even worse if they were running that the Trog. Whenever you cast a spell, it summons a copy. That's basically what Druid did for the last age in the meta.
Like play that way, but play stuff like this. But it is, for all intents and purposes, a fucking incredibly broken card.
It's not broken,
Thank you
it's
for
just
the
good. That's all it is.
The next card, Distress Signal. Summon 2 random 2-cost minions, refresh 2 mana crystals. I think this card is trash.
Yeah, it is. This card is absolute garbage. Instead of 2 random 2-cost minions, why not just run 2 2-cost minions that you actually want? Refreshing 2 mana crystals here does also literally nothing. I've never seen anyone run this card, and I don't think I ever will, because it's garbage.
Summoning 2 random 2-cost minions, very risky. Like, there are some good 2-drops, yeah, sure. But most of them are garbage, and that's why they cost 2. Refreshing 2 mana crystals. This isn't... So
That's
there's the mage spell called Refreshing Springwater. I believe it costs 4 at the moment. It did get nerfed to 5. I'm pretty sure it's back on 4 now. And it's draw 2 cards, restore 2 mana for every spell you draw. And it's objectively better than this. Like, getting 2 random 2-drop minions is not worth... Like, obviously it's worth 4 mana, but, like, you're getting 2 random ones, and those 2 random ones can fuck up your own strategy, so I'm going to put it in the trash.
It's not fucking up your own strategy, it's having 2 random 2-cost minions that don't benefit whatever strategy you're using. Now, obviously, you could also high roll and get really, really good ones, but usually that will not be the case. Like, you could case load every 2-drop in the game, and you probably find, I'd say maybe a dozen that are good for like general use. But yeah, like it just doesn't do enough. Like, maybe if it costs 3, it'd be better value, but it's really not. It's just bad value.
Like, maybe in Token Druid, but I know Token Druid, I'm pretty sure at least Token Druid isn't a real thing anymore.
No, Token Druid actually got, I don't know if it's in, I'm pretty sure it's in this set as well. Where you summon 3 Treants, or like, 3 elementals. It's just 3 tokens. And then for each one that doesn't fit, you give your entire board like +1, 3 or some shit. Like, it's a lot of stats.
Alright, summon 2, 3, 2, 3.
Oh, there you go. Summon 3, 2, 3 elementals with taunt. If your board is full, give it. So basically, if you summon 2 of them, or one, or even like if you summon any less than 3, everything else on your board gets +1/+1.
Elementals with taunt. If your board is full, give your minions +1/+1. Again, this is actually good. Because
It really
a 2/3
was.
elemental with taunt is worth 2 mana.
I think this on its own revitalized Token Druid a little bit, because like even if you don't get the buff off, that's 6/9 worth of taunt spread across 3 minions as well, which is really good.
And if your board is full, give your minions +1/+1. So it's like usually, this again goes into the token. So are they trying to revive Token Druid with this shit? Because that's 5 minions between them. I don't think Token Druid is going to take off the way it did before, though. I think it's a good card. I just don't think it's. I don't think that Token Druid is going to have a chance to come back unless
It
it's
did.
like some really.
It did. It was still a very heavy aggro matter, and Token Druid does really good in aggro matters because, well, it's Token Druid. Like half of the cards in the deck are token minions, and the rest are buffs for those token minions. So usually they will outvalue other token decks.
Good shit in here we haven't seen yet. Alright, Final Frontier. Discover a 10-cost minion from the past. Set
I
its
love
cost
this
to 1.
card.
Meta defining.
It wasn't.
10 drop cards are.
But I'll say this much: I haven't. I've seen this in about 50% of all the Druid games I played against, and then I ran it last night a lot because of the quest, and I love it as much as I assumed I would.
Insane. You know what's even stronger than a 10 drop card? Is a 10 drop card that costs fucking 1. Like,
Yeah.
even the Druids, 10 cost, Tyrantus, which was the 10 mana 14/14 with, I think it was Taunt and Evasive, like, is considered a bad minion, even though it's a 10 mana 14.
Yeah, because when it first came out, it was a 10 mana 12/12, and it was so shit they decided to give it. They put it to 10 mana 14/14, and it was still shit.
14 with taunt and basically can't be targeted by spells or hero powers. But a 1 mana 14/14 that's fucking broken, especially when you
That
get to
is pretty
choose
good
from
value.
3. And I don't know what
14/14
the
with
past
taunt
means. I'm
elusive
guessing it
or
just means
one.
from the entirety of the wild expansion. If we can, let me see if I can.
I'm
pull this
actually,
up, so.
I'm still not entirely sure what from the past means here though, because I've had Tyrantus a bunch of times, and I've had Dark Moon Rabbit a few times, and I've had a Deathwing a couple of times. But like, considering how many 10 drops there are in the game, I think I've only once seen a giant in it, and I think it was a Molten Giant. The other 2 choices were just significantly worse. So
We want wild cards, and we want mana cost 10.
like, I've never seen
What have I
Colossus
got?
of the Moon,
What's the filter I've got? Alchemy.
which is sad because that card
And we
would be
want-
fun.
Card type minion. Okay, so we got. Then you're discovering it, so it's being added to your hand. I guess
Yeah,
you
I've
could
seen,
I'm gonna guess they
Destroyer.
hard code it so you can't get Cthulhu Shattered. So you got 10 with a death rattle, like huge 10. I'd say this isn't a good one. Whenever it attacks, draw a beast and get its stats.
I mean, yeah, sure, Amplified Elect is not good at 10 mana for a 6/12 that does 3 damage to everything when it dies. What about a 1 mana 6/12 that does that? You see, the argument is like most of the arguments that are valid for, like, for example, is Banjo Sword good? No, broadly speaking, not. 'cause it's a 5/6 for 10 that draws a card. Oh, it also gains its stats. That's fucking crazy. Shit, could you imagine having Tyrantus in your deck when you play this? Like, because Tyrantus is 14/14, so it'll become a 19/20 that then attacks something and loses some health. But you see, like, so that stat line is pretty fucking awful. But if it costs 1,
Could be good depending on if you're playing beasts.
I don't think you can
At
get
the end of your
Titans off
turn,
it.
summon a 6-drop. If you can discover that, that's broken. If you cannot, then it's balanced. I think they must. They really should have hard coded it so you can't.
Yeah, I've never seen Cassandra Shatter being discovered off it. Like, I could probably run 100 games and see what I find off it, and then I could actually determine what the actual pool is, and maybe I'll do that in future. Maybe I'll write it down. So this is one of those things that I think just sort of needs to happen at some point. Test what Final Frontier can actually. There you go.
Can't get this.
That's the future.
A 1 mana
future we can
10/10
deal
with
with it.
Divine Shield Reborn. The Dark Moon Rabbit. A triple fucking poison with real poison, not just venomous. Deathwing. 1 mana nuke the board. 1 mana destroy other cards, discard a minion for every minion played. 1 mana 12/12. 1 mana double the attack and health of all minions. A&R, which is a fucking Titan. 1 mana 10/10, just vanilla.
Yeah, I don't think you can get the Titan off it. I have seen Hakar on it before, but I was in a situation where I had like 3 cards left in my deck and went, maybe that's not a good idea since I'm guaranteed to fucking draw it immediately. I've also seen Fowris and Kun the Forgotten King. And I saw Flesh and Molten Giant in one pool together, so. But yeah, there's.
Like, there are very few of the. Like, you mean there's like fucking giants and like. There's like, I mean, Kun the Forgotten.
I mean, giants like seem bad because they're like, but the thing is it's still a 1 mana 8/8 that's it's basically just a vanilla. If I was going with something that's actually bad, probably Goldshire Null, because it just has low stats comparatively and no real keywords. Like down here, Living Horizon, a 1 mana 4/6 sounds not that brilliant. I mean, it sounds amazing, but in this context, compare it to, giants and shit that refresh your mana crystal, and suddenly like a Taunt Divine Shield 1 mana 4/6 seems pretty good.
King. This might be one of the strongest things you could potentially fucking get from it.
It is. I
1 mana
think it still
7/7
basically
refresh your
is.
mana crystals. If you're playing Guff, the hero Guff, where your mana can go to 20.
And then it just refreshes all 20 mana crystals.
1 mana 8/8 with Rush and Wind Fury. 1 mana 7/7.
I'm looking forward to the. I've had a Denathrius. They actually won me the game to find Denathrius.
Giants, 1 mana fucking Sire Denathrius. Jeez, that could be a game changer. Holy fuck, I didn't even think of that. Yeah, there's 1 Tyrantus, a 1 mana 14/14 with Taunt and can't be targeted by heroes' powers. 1 mana Yasharaj. The people who hated Barnes will fucking hate this. More giants. It's specifically Tengos, but at the same time, like, you see my point.
It's such a good card. I love it.
Where the fuck is it?
The problem is like people generally just don't run it though because it doesn't fit their deck. But it is a fucking good card.
Yeah, I genuinely think that a lot of. I mean, if they are trying for like a late game druid setup, then this is also going to be meta defining, because there will be big druid again, like ramp druid, where you like get lots of mana very quickly and push it to the point where you can use Final Frontier and this thing. Like, that card is fucking mental. That is insane. Right, Exile Kothar. If you're building a starship, get 3 different arcane spells and reduce their cost by 2. I think this is bad. I don't think this is good. Again, though, I mean, this depends on how good all of the arcane spells.
Be serious, I don't think I've ever seen anyone using Exile Kothar, and the main reason for that is because Mr. Vista exists. So fuck those 3 random arcane spells and just use arcane spells from mage instead. Like Mr. Vista was literally a warping card for the GGB meta because it was literally run at Grandmasters. Speaking of which, there should be one of those events coming up soon for the so we get some free packs for the next set.
In the game are, and obviously you've got the option for the Notorious build. So this will probably go into if the like the legendary deck. I can imagine it being in there. Otherwise, I don't really see it being played.
It wouldn't be in the deck of legends. Reason being is because you cannot build a starship in deck of legends because none of them are legendary except for the Rogue One, the Gravitational Displacer. So you would never run Exarch Othar in a deck of legends for Druid.
Like,
so
again, it's random. Like, it's nice to get the other bonus off your starship, but I don't see it being played, basically. Elusive, your first spell each turn costs 1 less. That is going to be meta defining.
It was, actually. I think any time I saw starships being used in Druid, it was this. It was Shatari, because it is good. Like that you think it's just like one spell costing 1 less, but like that can change it a lot, especially if like it's a 0 cost naturalize.
The Druid has very rarely not had a meta presence which didn't revolve around them reducing spell costs, like Lady Anacondra in Nature Druid. And then, of course, before that and during that, I believe you had a lot of ramp that you could use as well. So, like, even like reducing the spell you cost by 1 is just really strong anyway. Right, after you cast an arcane spell, recast it.
This one wasn't that good. Again, it's the random elements, in my opinion, that people didn't like. Whenever I've seen like I said, whenever I've actually seen the Starship Druid, it's been Shatari and Arcanite and the neutral one that gives it Divine Shield. But I have never seen anyone run Starlight Reactor.
This obviously is meant to work in conjunction with this. At this point, I believe this becomes a gimmick. I don't think that I get the feeling that this is... It's either going to be a gimmick that people play for fun, or it's going to be like the most ridiculously broken bullshit ever designed.
It wasn't.
And Druid is one of those... is pretty much the only class where you can provide those two descriptors, and both of them could be true. It's a Schrodinger's Hearthstone class, basically.
Yeah, Druid always has that. Like either they're really, really good in their meta, or they're really, really shit in their meta. And there's no in between. They don't have a grey area.
You never know whether they're going to be insanely good or insanely shit. Alright. Choose 1, deal 2 damage to 2 random enemy minions, or make 1 dormant for 2 turns. So 2 mana damage split.
I have seen this. My rating on this was completely incorrect. The 2 random damage was never used, but the make something dormant was. I think I've seen at least like a good couple of Druid decks running just like the 1 copy to be a 30th or 40th card. And yeah, it's pretty fucking annoying when your shit gets made dormant.
I don't think you're really going to make things dormant. I don't think that's going to be the one that people use it for. I think that the dormancy would put in gimmick. 2 damage for 2 mana for 4 damage split across 2 minions. I'm going to put this in bad. I don't think this will see play. It's a nice 2 mana spell, and it's arcane, so it works for this stuff, but I don't think it's the arcane spell they'll be running. I assume there are better ones, and I don't think this will be the one that they run. Right, each time this is in your hand, get 2 random choose 1 choices. This is extraordinarily hard to determine. I imagine it's coded differently for if you're using it in a wild deck or a standard deck.
I've never seen somebody use this card. I think like I've seen some I've seen a couple of the bigger creators on Twitter talking about it. But I've never seen it in the wild. So basically, I just assume it doesn't really exist.
Because it takes from the entire pool of choose one effects in the entire game, and that's a lot. It's like choose one is the keyword that
It's another one of those cards that you can technically calculate the value of based on every choose one card in the game. And since they're about to take away the unique class keyword for Druid and give it to every other class in the game, well, I guess it doesn't matter anymore. And it's going to make Ulu way harder to code because they also have to include the ones from other classes, I imagine.
there's a piece of Hearthstone trivia, which is that choose one is the keyword that they were forced to introduce the
Literally nobody cares.
splits a card into two.
Yep.
So I don't imagine they've done like 3 million artworks for this.
No.
Like to encompass each of the choose one effects in the entire game. But this is one of the biggest wild cards in the entire game, in my opinion. Like, because obviously those choose one can be like the 1 mana deal 2 damage, all the way up to nourish, restore 3 mana crystals. You know, like you can get a lot of really good stuff out of it, and it changes every.
The other thing I never learned is if it worked with Vandal Staghelm. Since its effects are, I mean, I imagine it probably would, but since its effects are random, there's always a chance it wouldn't because it could fuck up the coding. But I don't know. Maybe I'll try that at some point and just see.
So that's going to be strong. Draw a card if it's a spell. It costs 1 less. Meta defining. This will be in every, as well as it being an arcane spell. This will be seen in literally every druid deck. It's a 1 mana. Draw a card.
No, it didn't. I have not seen this played even once. Now the thing is the logic I have for why it sounds good on paper is sound, in that, like I said before, drawing one card is basically 1.5 mana, and at the same time as that, this is also reducing the cost of it if it's a spell. But yeah, people just didn't take to that apparently. So okay.
That is, it's draw a spell. Even then, it's 1 mana. Draw a card. Like that is.
It's not draw a spell, it's draw a card. If it's a spell, it costs 1 less.
Like, if 3 mana draw 2 is the average,
Which it is.
then 2 mana draw 1 is closer to the average. I think Crown Session costs 2, but it's got the axiom of being improved by spell power. Whereas this is just straight up draw 1, and if it's a spell, it costs 1 less.
Yeah, they
It's
round
similar
up.
to
They round up the cost for draw 1 on a lot of cards to 2, because obviously you can't have a 1.5 mana card, especially not if they also have a second effect. But to be fair, this invalidates almost literally any other draw 1 card in. It's like it's the equivalent of an upstart goblin in Yu-Gi-Oh, except it gives your opponent no benefit.
like Cool Pet in Hunter, which is draw a card if it's a beast, it costs like 4 less. So
Yep.
it's sort of in that same vein where like it's strong, but it obviously gets. I mean, it's strong by default. You're trading 1 mana for 1 card from your deck, which is really strong. I need to reset that. Starship piece. I think that's bad.
Yep.
I don't. Hey, son, how you doing?
I've seen somebody using the other Starship piece for this class. I have never seen somebody use Biopod. It's another one of those times where you just replace the other one with Arcanite and call it a day.
I don't think Biopod is going to see that much play. Because it's only dealing damage specifically. Oh, it can deal damage to face, but even then, like the odds of it hitting face is 1 in as many as even pod is
Yeah, you can hit face.
hitting. I think maybe this is going to be another situation where the classes Starship is going to be a gimmick.
It wasn't.
Rather than a real deck. I'm going to leave it there for now, and then depending on what the other piece is, we'll see. Alright. Detailed note. Discover a beast that costs 5 or more, reduces cost by 2. I don't know how I mean, this is just strong on
Yep.
its own. No, hold on. No, it isn't. This is bad.
It is really not.
Woke up in the middle of the night, saw a stream notification, so here you are. Absolutely. I'm going to hydrate, so you should hydrate too.
So yeah, this card is not that bad realistically. I think everybody at least tested with the Discover Hunter deck using Exarch Nile. I personally use a variant of Day 9's Ceaseless Discover because Ceaseless Expanse is like just a ridiculously good card. And yeah, like usually the minion you get off it isn't that great, but it costs 2 mana less, so who cares?
Grab yourself a cup of tea. We'll be here for a while. That's just going on. Good enough. Discover a beast that costs 5 or more, reduces cost by 2. I'm going to put this in hard to determine, actually. I mean, I could just... what I might do in the background later on is run a statistical analysis.
I didn't.
All the 5 cost or more beasts in the game and how good they are if they cost 3.
It's another one of those situations where I had the idea, oh yeah, I could go through every beast that costs 5 or more that is probably exclusive to Hunter or Neutral. And then I can, because that way you can really work out how good this card is. I didn't do that. I still technically could. But if I do, it'll be check all 5 cost or higher beasts, Hunter or Neutral, because I don't know if it discovers from other classes. To determine if detailed notes is good. Because like the thing is, there's a big difference between like a subjective opinion on whether a card is good and a objective analysis of if a card is good. Like for example, if there are more 5 or higher beasts that are good than bad, then obviously like that makes this a good card by definition.
Or how good they are if their cost is reduced by 2. But for now, I think it sits here because it's like there's too many potential. Am I looking at a 3 mana 12/12?
Yeah.
Dormant for 5 turns at the end of your turn, destroy the minions to the right if there's 2 awaken 1 turn sooner. Okay, that's gonna be meta defining.
It wasn't. Again, it really wasn't. You see, the thing is I loved the idea of this when it first came out because there's always gonna be like some token, like the alley cat. You summon the alley cat. You put this down next to it, and turn 2 with the coin. It eats 2 of them over the course of 2 turns. It awakens slightly faster, and then on like turn 4, maybe 5, you've got a 12/12. That's pretty difficult to answer at that stage of the game unless you're playing against Shaman or Mage. Yeah, it's basically just it's strong, but it's stupid. I compare it later to Slagmaw the Slumbering from Warrior, which is just like the upgrade to this in almost every way.
I get the feeling this is going to be an entire deck type.
It wasn't.
Actually, no, I'm just going to put it in objectively good. I don't think this is going to be a real deck.
It wasn't a real
deck. This is going to be a minion that is run in a lot of decks.
It wasn't.
Because it's a 3 mana fucking 12/12. But
which means very little.
And like, I mean, it's only 5 turns.
The best way to explain this is the same way as you'd explain Regigigas in Pokemon, right? Is that it has massive stats, but it can't do anything for 5 turns. So it's slightly worse.
It's like Slagmaw or Warrior is arguably worse than this in every way.
No, it wasn't. The difference between this and Slagmaw Slumbering is Slagmaw can be awakened quicker by excavating, and excavating is almost always universally a good thing. Because like basically everything you can excavate is good.
Hold on, let me remove all the filters. How do I remove all filters?
You don't, you just type it into Google.
Actually, I can probably just do it here anyway. Let me take that off. Slagmaw the Slumbering. Yeah, let's say
So yeah, as well. So it's dormant for 6 turns, which is only one more than that. You can excavate to awaken sooner. So you've got the 1 mana, the kobold excavates, and you've got I think I can't remember whatever. Even if we're just going by the kobold, that's still literally 2 turns after you play it. So yeah, like, and it has Russian Taunt, which is pretty ridiculous when you really think about it, because that's a lot of stats to have Taunt on, and also can attack the turn it comes out. Whereas Gorm can't do fuck. It's literally just a 3 mana 12/12 sitting there to be allowed to do something.
Yeah, you see, so this is... Oh, actually, no, Slag Model Slumbering is stronger.
Yeah, by a pretty significant
So
margin.
yeah, dormant for 6 turns, excavate to awaken 2 turns earlier with Rush and Taunt. Is it bad that I want to call a 3 mana 12/12 objectively bad?
No, it's correct.
Like, there is a tier list I've got to do soon
Oh,
that will score extremely poorly on.
yeah, Deck of Legends.
I think I'm going to put it in objectively bad. I don't think it's... Like, it's obviously very strong. 3 mana 12/12 is fucking strong. But at the same time, I don't think it's ever going to see use, because in order for this to work, like, I mean, I've seen some people practicing with, like, token, Wolpertinger. And, like, generally, if you buff things, you don't want to kill them yourself. I might just put it in gimmick potential, because it doesn't
There's
seem
no
good
gimmick
enough to.
potential.
It doesn't seem like the kind of card that people look at and go. Yeah, no, sorry. It looks exactly like the kind of card that the people look at and go, "I would love to run this," and then after a minute pause, they go, "But," and this feels exactly like one of those cards where it is you're waiting for the "but" to explain why they're not going to run it. I personally I love the idea of it, but at the same time I don't run real decks, so. Alright, replace your hero power with tracking. This card is meta defining already.
Yeah,
Like, literally, this card is.
Exarch Nile, like Discovery Hunter, was probably one of the was the hunter deck for this expansion. I think I didn't really see a lot of anything else. Like, there's some occasional people running like beast pile decks, but that's about it.
One of the strongest legendaries maybe ever printed. Now, what makes me especially happy about Exarch Nile is the fact that it is. I'm always waiting for a but to explain. What makes me especially happy with this card is that it is an old school legendary. Right now, old school legendaries, we're talking, from the very start of the game, they had effects that were completely unique to them, instead of being like where Ragnar as the Fire Lord got basically completely outclassed by a rare minion, the Runaway Blackwing. And this, I don't like. The only things that. So there's a couple of things that actually do change the Hunter hero power. Ooh, I don't have one of those probably. But like, changing a hero power is always such a cool effect, especially if you're not, because like I still want to be.
Because there aren't outside of quest lines, which are also legendaries, and I think the only one that does it that isn't a legendary is Shadow Form. But yeah, like the ability to change your hero power into something else is almost exclusively a legendary thing. There's a good number of quest lines that do it, and quests. A Shadow Form. I know there's one that changes the Paladin hero power, so it summons Murlocs instead. And I think that one's also legendary. I think that might be one of the Finleys. Which is like a common or something. I have no clue, but yeah, it's definitely one of those things.
That's when I played out. I want to hear her say she has no time for gays.
Okay, that's a joke about Sylvanas.
It is a joke. It sounds like while I prefer. Minion attack, yeah. Okay, this one's good.
Yeah,
Right,
this one ended up being the starship piece you saw, and then after that you see Arcanite usually. Turn 3 this, turn 4 Arcanite.
seem in complete competition with each other. Like, so this one wants to die, but this one has 6 fucking health. That thing don't want to die. See, I'm gonna say this Star Pod piece is crap. This one's insane. I'm just gonna put this back in objectively bad. I guess the opposite of homophobic.
Oh yeah, was
Be homosexual.
random bullshit useless conversation.
The way being able to there's a
Yes, go on.
Death Rattle, summon a 3/5 beast that attacks the lowest health enemy when it dies.
When it dies.
So you're a vampire then. I don't think this is that good. Moreover, I just don't think it will ever see play.
I don't think I ever
It's an
saw it.
interesting concept, but I just zero.
There was the other hunter deck was Egg Hunter, which kind of did some stuff, but it wasn't like an objectively really strong deck. It was just sort of a deck that did some things and was a bit annoying, but it was never a. It's like Math Mech in Yu-Gi-Oh. Like all they do is they summon Final Sigma, and then once they do that, you've only got to do one thing, and that thing is get rid of Final Sigma, and then you just win. With the Egg Hunter, it didn't really do a lot. It was just a lot of small minions that would like it was just token minion basically, token hunter.
That line. Well, obviously you can pop it yourself, but I don't think.
Yeah, this was the deck that Gorm was good in, and that was about it.
Like it takes you an additional card to basically, run a card. So I think it's objectively. I think this card is trash. I think it will never see play in any serious deck.
It didn't.
Or gimmick deck. I personally wouldn't run it even in like Egg Hunt.
I mean, saying that, I'm not entirely sure. I didn't see a lot of them, so it could just be that. But yeah, I have no evidence to believe that extraterrestrial egg was good.
Oh. And I don't even run Egg Hunter. Like the ones I would be running in that. I mean, it is still a Death Rattle, but I will give you hickeys. Damn it. Also damage to a minion if you're building a starship. Also damage its minions. So this is multi.
This is a bad card overall. There's Grievous Bite, and there's a lot of spells that do exactly what this spell does. This was not used to the best of my knowledge, because Starship Hunter did not exist as a deck, basically.
Shot for a modern age. Since I don't know, it's really hard with these fucking starships, man, because they're brand new. Biopod just seems like garbage. Cost one less. Okay, this is objectively good. I'm not putting it in meta. Fuck, I grabbed it in the wrong place.
Yeah, the Skrunklies. This was another one of those cards that was in this the Ceaseless Discover deck, because it reduces the cost of two 5s with Taunt for each time you discovered over the course of the game. Obviously, eventually that means it costs 0 to summon 4/10 with the stats, which is pretty good.
I'm not going to put it in meta defining. I don't think a lot of decks will run this. I get a feeling that Exarch now will basically be run in a deck, like it'll just be run on its own. It won't be using any of this other stuff, because the Discovery is just that strong. That's what you get when you have me in chat half asleep in the middle of the night.
Yes, but technically no.
I mean, it's what, 1 AM for you? Copy of it, meta defining.
Yeah, Ranger Area Scout is the 1-drop for Discover Hunter. The stat line doesn't look brilliant, but like you'd be surprised how many games you start where 2 health is a bit difficult to get rid of. Also, that double Discover is really, really strong. If you can, basically you hard mulligan for this card. If you don't get it, you probably aren't going to have as good a time.
I don't think this card is going to be seen as often, but this being a fucking 1-drop is ridiculous. I think that every deck that Exarch Nail is in, and even some it won't be in, will also see Rantari Scout.
I mean, basically, yeah.
Parallax Cannon has +2 attack if you discover this turn. Spellbar your hero's immune this turn. God, I hate that fucking keyword. Immune. I wish I could say this is bad, but it's not. It's just fucking objectively good.
It was part of the Discover deck. Honestly, I didn't think much of it. I didn't personally run it in my version. But that comes down to personal preference. Like, the immune keyword is literally just a bit too strong. Other than that, it's just a weapon.
There is nothing bad about that card. Boop. Hunter.
End of Hunter.
So far.
Okay.
So next is Mage.
Mage
Right.
actually came out of this expansion with probably one of the strongest decks they've ever had. I mean, there are definitely decks that are more consistent, but Fire Elemental Mage, before they before they nuked Lamplighter, might have been one of the strongest they've ever had since. Well, no, because Freeze Mage was the deck they had when they first came out. So, I mean, that was with a very, very limited card pool. So yeah, I'd say it's probably the strongest. I'm happy to be proven wrong, but at the same time, like, there are some scumbags who run Romath Waygate Ice Block, which is just fucking infuriating. Potion of Illusion combo. So, like, you just every single turn you just replay Romath, replay Ice Block, and you can never lose. But yeah, like, this is a real deck that takes actual, like, brains to play. And I even I have a variant of this deck, so I love it.
The next Draenei you play refreshes mana crystals equal to its attack. This is hard to determine. This depends entirely.
The Draenei package, like I said before, basically the Draenei package was not seen in anything. There was a subset of Draenei that were released that were, like, they were pretty good within their own archetype, within their own tribes. But the only thing anybody ever run was Saronach, Chaingang, and Velen. Nobody ran Ascara. Nobody run. I mean, everybody ran Kil'jaeden, but he's a demon at this point, so it doesn't count. But yeah, like, basically the Draenei. If we see a Draenei, just assume I was wrong. And that overall it was bad because they were bad. The only one that was good was Velen, and that's only because Saronach, Chaingang.
On which Draenei you play after this. I imagine you probably want to be playing the 7/7 Velen, which I'm not even entirely sure is a neutral.
It was.
I just know that it does exist in the game. So yeah, I'm going to put this in here because it depends on entirely on what the next menu players.
That's why.
Blazing Accretion, destroy the top 3 cards of your deck any
3 mana, 3/1 with a draw 3 cards. Literally, that's all this card is. It is a draw 3 cards. Like, because you run this in a deck where literally the only other cards in your deck are fire spells and elementals. Because why would you not? Like, the package they got for this deck is literally so strong it became their meta deck outside of. Because I think they also had the no minion deck, but then again that's sort of an ongoing thing with Mage anyway, so you know, it's fine.
fire spells or elementals are drawn instead. I mean, this is going to be run. This is objectively good. Actually,
Yeah,
I think
it's
it's meta defining.
Yeah, it was. It was
I think
running
this is
basically
literally just a
every.
draw 3.
It was running in every elemental or fire spell mage deck, which is the same deck basically, and that was basically every mage except for the degenerates.
I don't think there's ever going to be a situation where this is used in a deck that isn't entirely fire spells and elementals.
Exactly. Yeah.
So I'm going to put this here because I can guarantee you every time this card gets played, it's going to be in a deck exclusively full of fire spells and elementals.
It's like there's a 5 mana legendary Magatha that draws 5 cards, and you give all the spells you draw to your opponent. And the reason that's good is because like one of the only I've only ever used it in my deck of legends because it just draws 5 cards. It doesn't give your opponent any because there are no spells in the deck. It just does that one. It's the same as this. It just draws 3 cards. That's all it does. It like you can ignore every other stat it has. It just draws 3 cards.
I don't think that if you're running a deck without with even one spell that isn't, or one minion that isn't, I don't think this needs to be in there. I don't think you'll see it in there.
That's the thing is, if you're running even one card that isn't either of those two things, it makes this card worse by definition.
Yeah, but I don't think that's the case. I think this is 100% going to be one of the strongest cards of this expansion. And if Mage doesn't find a place into the meta this time around, I'll be very sorry.
It did. This deck is a legend rank deck. I think that even with the Lamplighter nerf, it's not. It wouldn't be hard to hit legend rank with Fire Elemental deck. Like I just can't see it.
Like literally just draw 3. Shuffle 5 random spells. Yep. Everything here looks like it's good so far. Besides this one random Draenei. Actually, didn't they get I think they're getting a spell that fills your board with. Oh no, that was the last expansion. They got a spell that fills your board with random Naga, and it's like.
Yeah, that spell makes no sense to me. Like so, Death Knight get a spell. I think it's just called the Scourge, if I remember rightly, and it's a 9 mana spell that literally all it does is just fills your board with random undead. For some reason, Mage got a 7 mana spell that fills your entire board with random Naga, which is kind of crap since most Naga thrive on being Battlecry minions. So you wouldn't want to summon them through the spell. Yeah, doesn't make sense.
I've never seen that card played, ironically or otherwise. But fucking 3 mana shuffle 5 random fire spells into your deck.
And it's not even that either. It's a good stat line. 3 mana 3/4 is really strong. I mean, obviously the other one is literally just a draw 3, but add 5 additional random fire spells to your deck. That's pretty strong. And even if your opponent steam cleaners them away, like it fucking matters.
Too strong. And I could do it again. What I might do
is what allows this deck to potentially run Romath. But even then, you don't need Romath because number one, it makes Blazing Accretion worse. But also, like, that plus there's I think it's Supernova that's the mage one that fills your hand with fire spells. They cost 1, and if you've got like DJ Mana Storm as well, like you could do a lot with this deck. I think, like obviously I'm probably thinking quite small just based around elemental and fire spells, but otherwise, yeah.
Is I'll take this later, cut it up, and run statistical analysis on every fire spell in the game.
I once again did not do that. Check all fire spells in Mage to determine if Blastoise is good. I think this is the set of test all of X to see if Y is good. I bet most of the time it is.
Because this thing costs 2 less. Is like you're looking at everything from the 1 mana that deals 2 damage, and now a 0 mana that deals 2 damage, and it gives you a 1/2 elemental to hand, which of course buffs your elemental plays. You got Wildfire, which now costs 2, which increases in damage every time you use it, which also costs 0. And like the highest cost spell for it is like Pyroblast, which is a 10 that now costs 8. And that is the worst case scenario, an 8 cost Pyroblast. Back in beta,
my favourite thing about Mage is now I can have a full fire deck or a full ice deck with the volatile skeletons. I just thought of that. I wonder which one's stronger. Probably, I mean, it was obviously going to be this one because it's newer. But like, I'm just imagining that matchup. That'd be pretty cool. Hold on. Fire Elemental Mage versus Volatile Skeleton Mage. Yeah, that'd be a cool video, maybe.
For Hearthstone, the most feared health amount if you are playing against a mage was 11
Yeah, because they pyro and ping you.
and that's 11 damage. Much they actually nerfed Pyroblast to cheated its mana cost.
Oh yeah, definitely. It would
But yeah,
require
this
trial run on both.
Discover a spell and reduces cost by 1 if you play it this turn. Repeat this effect. There is a, I believe it's a, I don't think it's dual class. I know it's Shaman at least. Instructor Fireheart. Discover a spell, spellcraft. Get another copy of it, or get another.
I'm tired on both of those things.
We're looking for a Fireheart. Yep, discover a spell that costs 1 or more, so basically every spell in the game. If you play it this turn, repeat this effect. Oh, yeah, so you just... Yeah, so basically very similar thing, except... Yeah. That's fucking insane.
It is. It wasn't. This card...
I don't think
this card was never seen. I never... Like I said, the only Draenei I ever saw played is Velen, and that's only because Samurai Chain Gang just happens to be a Draenei. Everything else sort of fell by the wayside. I think I saw somebody use Exarch of Karma one time, and I think that's the other Sig I got. But other than that, it's literally just Velen.
This is going to be part of the same deck as this. I think this is an objectively good card, but I don't think it's going to be in the same deck as this.
No.
It's not elemental.
And basically anything that is not in this deck is bad. So that was a bit of a mistake.
At least that's the way I would play it. I wouldn't put this in that same deck.
Nor
but
would
it
any
is a
sane
fucking
human.
good card because Instructor Fireheart is a good card. So by definition, it's a good card.
Instructor Fireheart is far better, but in every way.
Actually, it's I don't know. I don't want to rank that against Fireheart because Fireheart's kind of really fucking good, and that's and we haven't even tested Exarch yet. Spontaneous combustion and deal 4 damage to a random enemy. If you played an elemental last turn, choose a target. So it's there was a card in Goblins vs Gnomes called Flame Cannon. It's a 2 mana deal 4 damage to a random minion. So this is literally Flame Cannon with an upgrade. If you played an elemental last turn, 100% you will. Choose a target. It sounds good. I'm going to put in objectively good. Again,
The main reason it's objectively good has nothing to do with that. It's the fact that it's a fire spell. And usually, the only time I never put this in my deck, but the only time I ever fucking saw it is because Blastoid put it in my deck and it cost 0. So, yeah.
I get the feeling it probably wouldn't be played in this same deck. It is definitely a good card, though.
It technically would if you didn't have another fire spell. Like, you would definitely put this in because it's just like 4 damage to a minion. To an enemy. But at the same time, broadly speaking, usually you won't have to. So, like, if you need to cut one card, it will usually be this. So, you know, nothing to worry about that.
5 mana solar flare, deal 2 damage to all enemies, cost 1 less for each elemental you control. This again is similar to an old.
No, yeah, this card is just straight up bad. This is probably the least good card. Like, even if you've got 5 elementals in play and it's cost 0, it's still pretty bad.
A card called Dragon's Breath, I believe.
Yep.
No, it's not a minion, it's a spell. Dragon's Breath. Yep, deal 4 damage, cost.
No, the same one.
Is it the same thing? Yeah, it's basically this, but better. It costs 1 less.
No, it isn't. That's not the card we were looking for.
I think
Past me, that's not the card you're looking for. There's I think it's a mage spell. Is it Dragon's Fury? Let me see. What's that about fucking Mozilla, please? There that'll be it. I think it's let's play Hearthstone. Clear all filters. And I think it's Dragon's Fury. Why did it scroll down? There you go. Yeah, there you go. Reveal a spell from your deck, deal damage equal to its cost to all minions. It's fine, but it's not a card you like. Because the thing is AOE is effectively useless. Like you want to be
only bad
using
card.
bigger spells to be taking out stuff. Like you could run one. I'd say like running one of these is fine, but otherwise not really.
I think 2 damage AoE is not as strong as they think it is,
It wasn't.
especially when most 1 and 2.
Like the thing is while it was a pretty hefty aggro meta, a lot of the minions that were being played had 3 health. And obviously, if you can only do 2 damage, then you're not going to also want to waste 2 more mana to ping it. Or, like 4 health.
nowadays have 3 health. Right, Pocket Dimension. Discover a spell, repeat until you see one for.
This card is a gimmick. I thought it was cool. It isn't. Basically, it's an interesting idea. It just doesn't work that well in principle.
A second time. This is actually ridiculous. It's a gimmick. It's not like going to be meta defining, and it's not objectively good.
Yeah.
It is a gimmick. Now, the way this card.
I'm happy to agree with past me. I'm about to break down how it works, and I'm just going to ignore that because, like, the thing is it doesn't work how I mean, it basically does, but it's just not a good card overall.
The gimmick is because obviously you discover a streaming. Hold on, let me just get away. 30, 22, 80. Play with anyway.
Statistical analysis.
Fire spells that cost
there
one.
it is. Absolutely. Supernova.
Next, Supernova. Fill your hand with random fire spells that cost 1. Absolutely broken.
This again ranges from the 1 mana spell that does 2 damage, gives you a 1/2 elemental, all the way up to a 1 mana Pyroblast, which is just 10 damage. There's a lot this card can do. And I've also, a lot of these other things I'm talking about, like this and this, I've had off of that before. It's always funny when you get Sunset Volley off of it, which is deal 10 damage, summon a random 10 cost. Because that's obviously good. The only thing it can't search is itself, which is a shame, but still.
It's the Sunwhirl, basically, except stronger because it gives you a specific type of spell that didn't start in your deck. So you could also run this technically in a Romath deck.
Yeah, like I've seen people run non-fire elementals, but run Supernova in Romath because even if the fire spells you get are bad, it still will random damage because they're still fire spells and they still do that.
Romath is a 9 mana mage legendary Grand Magister, and it recasts every spell that didn't start in your deck.
It's pretty strong.
Romath, just double check that I have that right. Yeah, recast each spell you cast that didn't start in your deck. So yeah, Supernova is absolutely ridiculous.
Romath
Obviously,
actually does have some utility.
Pyroblast yourself twice in the face and die, but the odds of that are pretty low. Funny if it happens, though. Think of true. Give a fucking hell. Meta defining 6 mana. Give all elementals in your deck fire spell down.
It wasn't. Unfortunately, this card did not see as much play as I initially thought it would. I like the idea of it, but it's the best use case scenario for it is there's an elemental that summons a copy of itself every turn in a row you played an elemental. So you can end up with like +7 spell damage, which is usually enough to just win on that turn. Unfortunately, Saroon otherwise is not particularly fantastic. It's a good card. It's just but like it means you've got to have more minions in your deck than spells, because obviously you want it to hit a decent number of elementals rather than just hitting like 1 or 2.
Damage +1. I don't know if Mage has got any specific spell class spell damage cards yet, but I know Shaman got nature spell damage on a couple of cards. This exact mode is fucking insane, and it's one of each rarity as well, which just like they did this shit on purpose.
Yeah, they did that for pretty much.
They
did this also for Demon Hunter and I believe Paladin. All of these three, for their like main theme deck, got one card of each rarity. I mean, technically you could add these two on as well, but you know, like
This version of deck is probably something I'll be looking at because
I did.
Jesus.
I just didn't run Serene.
All right, Arcwing Pilot. At the end of your turn, deal 3 damage to a random enemy. Spellburst, summon another one. I think this is bad.
It was bad. Nobody run it. That 7 mana cost
right
is
now,
far too high.
Or happen.
Uh-oh. I broke it.
Well, I'm excited for this, by the way. Like,
Yeah, Paladin.
it's because this is the
Alright, I've been going for 2 hours. I'm going to take a very, very short break because I need to. I'm going to make a coffee. Falling asleep. I'm very tired. Right, let me find. Oh, I deleted the stupid freaking thing. Hold on one sec. Just text. Stream on break. Smiley. And I've got to re-enable my freaking. Oh, it's already there. Okay. I'll probably be about 5 minutes at most. I should put on some music while we wait. Go down to Badlands music. This is my favourite piece of music in the game at the moment. That's very loud. There you go. Oops, that's the wrong video. That's one for later. No longer on break. Now have coffee. Ready to continue with Paladin. Right. Paladin was a pretty easy class for me to determine, at least. Sounds good.
And the only reason I didn't do this yesterday night is because Paladin stuff hadn't been revealed yet. But today it was, and fuck am I excited for this.
Yeah, this was
like, I don't
the
usually
highlight.
play Paladin because Paladin is like a scumbag class, basically, which is kind of antithetical to the point of being a Paladin. But back in Madness at Darkmoon Faire, like in this, Darkmoon Faire was the last set that I spent an ungodly amount of money. I had 232 packs. I completed the entire set in one sitting. If, for example, November 5th is when the new expansion comes out, right? Say I have 200 packs of this set, I could complete the entire set of all the cards from having none to having all of them in one sitting.
Almost. You can almost do that. You also make up some gold just by playing the game, as well as having dust to craft additional cards. Darkmoon Faire was 232 packs. So that was pretty easy, plus the gold packs and whatever else you get. With this, it took me a little bit extra time because I don't think I've got all the epics even now, but I dusted a few of them to craft the legendaries I wanted that I was missing.
And Darkmoon Faire is the only time I've ever actually successfully done that. And that's because I sold my PS4, which I don't regret because I got another one. But at the same time, it was a lot of packs.
Yeah, and, it was worth it.
It was, so for a long time, I played Dude Paladin on ladder, and I played Libram Paladin on ladder. And Libram Paladin is coming back in a pretty big way.
Oh yeah, they put this. So this is also the first season that I ever hit legend rank. I got all the way up to, I think it was Diamond 1 with it, and then obviously I was facing other people at Diamond 1 and low legend dropouts at that stage. So I used Demon Seed. I was a scumbag. I used Demon Seed to push myself over the legend level. And I got it. And the worst thing is so when you first hit legend, you get a legendary card as well as obviously the card pack. The legendary I got is Lumia, which is my least favorite legendary in the whole set.
Battlecry and Death Rattle reduce the cost of your Librams by 1 this game. I'm gonna put, because Librams are good, but I think they're not a real deck. I think they're
okay. So I played legend. I played Libram up to legend, just basically legend. Like I was on the doorstep of legend with it, just to prove that it does have potential to do exactly that. Although I spent about 90% of my games forgetting that the stats are 2-3 and not 3-2, so I was playing it on I saw a three health minion thinking I could kill it with this and I couldn't. But they did actually change those around later on, so maybe it was intended to be a 3-2 from the start. It also makes triggering the death rattle way easier. But one of the things that makes this even better is the battle cry immediately kicks in. That's excellent. But the death rattle, you can just replace the weapon. So when you're playing, I don't know what the real name for it is, but it's there's no neutrals in your deck. What you do is you play this, and then you get the battle cry, and then you immediately play the Libram that reduces the health of all enemy minions to 1 and gives you the 1/4 weapon, and it triggers it the second time as well, which is just great.
They're a gimmick. They're good, but they're not good enough to be here. I think they're more of a gimmick than they are objectively good.
Well, I've proven they were.
Because they're not hand buff Paladin, which is the Paladin deck that's in the meta.
Yeah, the the reason I call Paladin a scumbag deck is because there's one deck that Paladin have effectively, and it is hand buff. And you use Painter's Virtue, and you use the Grime Street thing from way back. There's a lot of cards that just give minions in your hand stats, and yeah, that's the default Paladin deck. Libram is sort of it's a resurgence. There's definitely more you can do with it nowadays, especially in Wild. But yeah, it's kind of they're not inherently good. They are inherently a gimmick.
Right now. But yeah, so on play, reduce the cost of your Librams by 1. And then once you've attacked with it 3 times, reduce the cost of your Librams by 1. And the highest cost Libram from Darkmoon Faire was like 7.
8 Libram of Life, I think it was. It restores 8 health and summons an 8/8 with Divine Shield and Taunt, which is obviously really good. Because on top of getting 8 health back, you're also getting technically another. Well, let's say worst case scenario, you're getting an additional 9 health because they've got to get it through the Divine Shield, then through 8 health with the minion, and then 8 of your own health on top of everything else.
And as for a weapon, and all that weapon did was gain lifesteal when you corrupted it. I mean, it's a 5 attack weapon, so like getting 5 health back for 0 was pretty fucking strong. It's like, this is just ridiculous now. Alright, next card. Summon 3/3 Draenei with Divine Shield. If this costs 0, give them Rush.
The fact that they were Draenei had almost literally no bearing on it. I think the Aldors, the Libram reducing cards from Darkmoon Faire were also updated to be Draenei. So technically you could run Velen and get like so if you played both of those and both the Truth Seekers, that's a total of 6 mana reduction on everything, and then you play Velen, you like reduce everything else above that to 0 in one hit. But it's yeah, it takes a while to get there, so I never run Velen.
Gimmick potential, baby. Because getting this to cost 0 is not that hard. There's 2 cards in the hold on, let me go here. There's 2 cards that are minions. One of them is a 1 mana 1/3, and the other one is a 4 mana 4/2. That reduces. There you go. Outdoor Attendant, 1 mana 1/3, reduces the cost of your
And the other
Librams.
one's a 5 mana 4/6.
If you don't see this turn 1, it's not the end of the world. But broadly speaking, you usually will, because you hard mulligan for this. And then this one is a 5 mana 4/6 with Taunt that reduces them by 2 for the rest of the game. So by the time, oh yeah, I forgot about Libram, of course. Restore.
Oh, it was a 9.
Summon an
Okay.
8/8.
Yeah, the other card that basically mitigates this entire argument is I believe it's called Crystology. Crystology. Yeah, and it just draws 2 1-attack minions from your deck. So you run double of the 1/3. You run double Knight of Anointment, which is a 1 mana 1/1 that draws a holy spell on play, and you run Amatus, and that's all you need. The Amatus is the Titan for Paladin. But yeah, Libram Paladin is kind of my go-to for Libram deck for Paladin.
So that's the bar, but you don't need to worry because you're never not going to see that at 0 mana, pretty much.
You will, but
like getting them to cost 0 is not that fucking hard. That is 9/9 with Divine worth of damage with Rush for 0. That's fucking insane. Honestly, I'll probably be less incentivized to run this particular card. But at the same time, like, you can't argue with that.
Incorrect. That card is actually way stronger on paper or in practice than it is on paper. Like that 9/9 is very good at clearing boards, especially with the Divine Shields.
Libram of Hope restores 8 health. If it was Lifesteal instead of Divine Shield, maybe. But at the same time, like,
if it was Lifesteal, it would be overpowered as fuck.
Give a minion +3/+3. If this costs 0, returns to your hand at the end of your turn. Well, that's ridiculous and extremely powerful for 4 mana.
It was.
Because usually it's never going to cost 4 mana. By the time you even draw this card, it will probably cost 2. Or even 1. In Wild, by the way, Libram is going to be disgusting. In Standard, it might be a little bit less good.
Yeah, I hit Legend in Wild instead of in Standard with Librams. Well, close enough, it makes no difference. Because obviously you have access to all the rest of the Libram stuff that you don't have in Standard.
But in Wild, this is going to be a ridiculous deck. Battlecries, fuck it. What Paladin gets here is basically just an entire gimmick, and I'm here for it. Interstellar Researchers, 2 mana 2/3, 2 mana 2/2, excellent stat line anyway. Draw a Libram. Cast a spell, draw a Libram. Cool. Lifesteal, after hero takes damage, they become immune for the rest of the turn. I hate this card.
Yeah, this is the one I got from hitting Legend rank, and I hate it. I think it's because it was the only legendary in the set I didn't have at that point, and so it just gave me the one that I didn't have. But yeah, I probably could have worked out a little better.
I genuinely dislike this card because it seems like a good idea on paper, but at the same time, there are going to be times where you want to finish a game out, and then you remember that Lumia's in play, and you've given them a way to survive lethal damage because you've made them immune. I think it's funny that it exists. Like 6 mana 9/9 is a fucking insane stat line with lifesteal, but I think that the fact that it's a symmetric. Okay, this is the best way to explain it. Is it's a symmetrical effect, right? And that's the only thing that makes this bad, is because it does it for both players. I would hate it more if it was exclusive to just yourself, but it's symmetric, and nobody likes symmetrical effects in Hearthstone. 6 mana. While you have exactly 1 minion in play, its attack and health are 10. Okay, so I saw a conversation about this actually on Twitter that didn't get resolved, and it was if you have 1 minion and that 1 minion gets attacked, does its attack and health reset to 10?
It does. We tested it. It does reset to 10, but for that to work, you've got to only have that 1 minion in play, which makes it really, really strong if you've got like a Divine Shield taunt. Because even if that minion gets silenced, the Celestial Aura still protects it. I think. I need to double check that. It's been a while. We tested it when it first came out, but I haven't used it since. So, because it's quite expensive for what it does. But yeah, it's an interesting card.
And I didn't get to see the answer, the end of that conversation. But I assume it does, because it just says if you have 1, its attack and health are set. It's just set to 10. Even if it takes damage, it won't take damage for those 3 turns, as long as you don't play enough minions.
Basically.
So I'm going to put this in objectively good. I don't think that Paladin are going to have a meta at all this format.
Well, they did have a meta, but that meta for Paladin was just hand buff, so.
But that doesn't matter because they're going to have one of my most fun gimmick decks. Divine Shield, what's... Oh, right. Reduces the cost of your Librams by 1. There you go, Battle Cry. 4 mana, 4/2. This is probably one I won't run.
I mean, I did run it exclusively because it also reduces the cost of Librams, but it was also, like, every time I played it, I felt a bit stupid for having played it because it's 4 mana. It's very expensive for it. It's like, it's got the same line as there's a Cthulhu minion that's a 4/2, 4 mana 4/2 that has Divine Shield as well, and that's all it does, except for buffing Cthulhu by +2/+2, obviously. But it's one of those things where it feels bad to have a turn where you're paying 4 mana for anything, really. Like, you don't really want to play this on 4. You want to be playing something of real value on 4.
Like, that's not a good stat line, realistically. It has a Divine Shield, so it's like Blade of Cthulhu, I think it is. Which is also a 4 mana 4/2 that has Divine Shield, but that buffs your Cthulhu by +2/+2.
Oh, wow. My analogy was completely the same. I guess I haven't changed much in 2 months.
When I'm playing it in Wild, I think that, realistically speaking, there's no need to play this, because you've already got the 1 mana 1/3 and the 5 mana 4/6.
Yeah, and the 4 mana you generally play in it. I mean, I like I said, I did actually still run this, but the the 4 mana card you actually play is the 4 mana 4/2 that also gives you a the 4 attack weapon with lifesteal. The 4 attack weapon that gives you 2 health back whenever you attack it.
And the weapon, and the star. So you've got plenty of other ways to do stuff. Iril, Beacon of Hope. Get 3 different Librams. Absolutely. I want this because the main reason I played Libram for as long as I did is because of the old Iril card.
Yeah.
Which is, there's a term for the deck, and I don't know what it actually is. I've only ever known it as Racist Paladin.
Okay, yeah, that's the I don't know if that's the official name for it, but the term, it might be Racist Paladin, because it's if your deck has basically no neutral cards, so no cards from any other class in it. So yeah, I think that's I don't know if that's the official term, but it's the one that most people just say Racist Paladin, because it's, you know.
Which is just if your deck has no neutral cards, so if your deck doesn't have cards that are not Paladin, then it gains a bunch of additional effects.
And it's a lot of
this
additional
one gets
effects.
Rush, Lifesteal, Taunt, Divine Shield, which is fantastic for its stat line. This one, get 3 random different Librams. These will be Darkmoon Faire Librams, which won't matter because I'll be running it in Wild anyway, so I'll just be getting 3 Librams. 3 Librams for 5 when it dies, and it's Rush as well, so it's Rush with 3 health. So it's going to die the turn you play it, and you're going to get 3 Librams. It'll probably cost nothing. Discover a Draenei. If you played an adjacent card this turn, discover another. Honestly, I'm only going to put this in bad because I don't think anybody's going to give the slightest fuck about Draenei.
They didn't. Like, that's it. There's literally one Draenei they cared about, and that was Velen. And that's only because, again, Saronite.
In this set, it's not a holy spell, so it doesn't work in Libram. It's also not a Libram, so it doesn't work in Libram. I think that this card it had potential maybe, but I just don't think that they released it at the right time. I think they should have waited until there were more Draenei in the game.
I think with the whole Draenei thing, it's not even that they should have waited. It's more that they should have dedicated a set to Draenei. Like, I mean, technically a lot of the cards in this set are Draenei, but like the Starship stuff took over it, and then, but because the Starship stuff was like their main focus of the whole thing, because obviously the StarCraft mini set was meant to be like a big deal, and it really was. But like the thing is Draenei got so overlooked because literally only one combo matters for them, and nothing else. Like literally nothing else matters when it comes to Draenei except for the one combo, and that's just so crappy.
Because right now, like just looking at this lineup, these will all be. It's like the exclusive club. These will all be playing to one deck. This will just not even be looked at twice because it doesn't do what the Libram deck does. Draw 2. This is also Libram. Draw 2 minions. If this costs 0, give them +2/+1. Fuck.
That is a good card. This actually saved me so many times. Like when you're in a top deck situation and like you need some extra stuff to play, this, like drawing those 2 minions and giving them extra stats, especially if it's Iril. I mean, actually, maybe not if it's Iril. But if it's anything that, like, literally any minion helps here, especially Amatus. Like, drawing Amatus off this is probably the best case scenario. Because it goes from being a 1/8 to a 3/9, which is really strong.
Okay, so you just got to hope you don't draw your Iril with it. Actually, that maybe makes Interstellar slightly better.
Yeah, I mean, with Interstellar, that's one of the cards that... Because normally you hard mulligan for the 1/3 or the Interstellar Researcher. With the Wayfarer, though, like if you draw it off Libram Modularity, giving it those extra stats makes it feel slightly less bad.
I'm just going to delete this. There. So they're going to have no meta. I mean, unless Libram somehow becomes meta. I mean, that's the thing, right? Is when Darkmoon Faire first came out, at least the version of it that I was running was beating meta decks.
I'm going to go with that being more the case of it being Element of Surprise. In that, like, because the thing is yeah, the deck did exist, but because nobody was playing it, nobody had a real counter for it. And I think I got away with a lot of those. I got away with a lot of the. I ran away with a couple of those games just because they were like, wait, what the fuck is going on? So I think that's all it was. Like, the deck wasn't especially good, and like the other, I was playing Dude Paladin as well at the time because Madness gave us Lothraxion, which gives every Silverhand recruit you summon for the rest of the game Divine Shield, which is obviously pretty ridiculous. So but I think it was more that than it actually being good.
So maybe there's a chance that I mean, I don't think with this lineup it could have a meta. It could be in the meta, but I bet good money in Wild it will.
Yeah,
because it's a very
in standard, like, this isn't enough really to make it excellent. In Wild, obviously, you've got a lot of extra stuff that you add to it to make it better.
a control deck, and you've got all the elements to really, really grind the game out. Especially because of where is my other girl? I think it's Lanessa. No, it's not Lanessa. She's a paladin legendary. Cast each spell you cast. No, that's not the one at all. It's a paladin legendary rarity. I don't remember what set it is, so this is about to be annoying. I apologise for.
It's on the higher end.
Okay, it's quite a high cost one, so it'll be closer to the bottom. It is Lady Liadrin. Add a copy of each spell you cast on friendly characters this game to your hand. So basically,
yeah, my old quote unquote racist paladin uses his Liadrin, Lanessa, and Iril, and that's why I used to make the joke that I'm playing with the ladies. And nowadays I've also got the Countess, so I could also run that.
basically, you play this, and you get basically 10 Librams back. That all probably at that point in the game cost nothing. Actually, that reminds me, I should really make a note to craft her. If I don't, let me
Yeah, because she was in the rotation at the time, so it was a free legendary, but I don't know if I've still got it.
Lady Liadrin. Because back when I can't remember which one I don't have, but I had Liadrin, Lanessa, and Iril all in one deck, but one of them was in the core set.
Yeah, that's it. It was in core.
So there's one of those three I do not own anymore. But honestly, when it comes to this, Paladin have got the best gimmick going, bar none.
For this set specifically.
I don't think they're going to have any meta presence, but at the same time, who cares?
Yeah, like I said, the only meta presence they really had, like every paladin you saw on ladder would be hand buff. So
they're going to be you're going to have a fun time if you're trying to play paladin in this format. Right, priest.
Oh boy, this was bad.
Ascara,
this was genuinely bad. Like, priest doesn't have, as of GDB, priest did not have a meta presence at all. It was like every card they got was just bad until the mini set where they got the Protoss stuff. And then I think one of the videos I want to do is which of the classes got the best of their faction, and Death Knight is the best Zerg, and priest is the best Protoss in my opinion so far.
Play summons a copy of itself. I'm going to put this immediately in hard to determine. The problem with this is exactly the same problem I had with that mage spell that summons a board full of random Naga, is that Naga have battle cries, broadly speaking, that relate around how many spells you've cast while you've been holding them. If Draenei are primarily battle cry related, which so far I think all the ones we've seen have been, then this is useless. Because yeah, it will summon another copy of itself, but at the same time, you won't get the benefit of the second one in the same way as you're getting a benefit of this, unless the new Velen is good, because I think it's a neutral Velen. If it's not in here, it's definitely neutral. But there is a new Velen, and Velen is a Draenei. So if he has a passive effect or something that isn't that doesn't need to be triggered on play, then it could be good.
I mean, the issue again, most Draenei didn't matter. The only combo I ever saw that I made any use of was the Scourer plus Shield of a Scourer, so you get double the Taunt, Divine Shield, Lifesteal. Other than that, it really wasn't. It really didn't make a difference.
But we'll wait and see. Right, so every minion's attacking health to the lower of the two.
I've seen
This
people
is a
using
zero
this.
mana spell.
I've seen people using this sometimes. It's really annoying, but like there are some decks that I play that it just doesn't affect at all. For example, the Astral Priest. Actually, weird. It has a weird interaction with Astral Priest, and it's most evident in one of the adventure playthroughs I did, where I think it was Arcanatron, defense, stunning defense system, where it swaps the attack and health of minions every turn. But for some reason, that buffs astral automatons, and I don't understand why. But I'll make a note to test that. Test.
There hasn't ever been a single zero mana spell in Hearthstone that hasn't seen play. So by default, I have to put it in objectively good.
Yeah, all zero cost spells have found their way into some deck or
I'm not
another.
a fan of it, but at the same time,
you can't deny statistics.
It's an interesting spell. Overzealous Healer, Death Rattle, restore 6 health to the enemy hero. Spell Burst, silence this minion. So this is going to be a 1 mana 3/3.
Yeah, this is played in every priest deck now because it's literally just a 1 mana 3/3. Like the rest of its text literally means nothing. It's just a 1 mana 3/3, which is a lot to deal with on turn 0.
This is I don't think it's going to see play in any priest. Like I think it's going to see in play in a lot of priest decks, but I don't think it's going to see play in the main priest deck, whatever that is. Because obviously, you hard mulligan for this, you play it, and then you play the coin. And then
like I sort of said, like while this card is ridiculously good, priest didn't have any place in the meta, so it didn't matter.
You've got a 3/3 on turn 1, and like not a lot really does well with getting rid of that specifically. So yeah. Unless, of course, you kill it before they get to silence it, but they're going to silence it until you play it, because they're going to let you have the 6 health back.
Yeah, there's no way to let you do it.
Anchorite. Whenever another minion is overhealed, give it that much extra health. I'm wondering how this will work in Overheal Priest. The one where you use...
Answer, it didn't. They nerfed Overheal Priest. I think it's Funnel Cakes, which is like a mass heal sort of card. And they nerfed Funnel Cakes, which for some reason just killed the deck, which is kind of sad because I liked Overheal Priest. I've got, I think it's a Diamond Hedonist, Heartbreaker Hedonist, and I'm so looking forward to playing more of that deck with this. But yeah, they nerfed Funnel Cakes, which made it a bit less viable.
Heartbreaker Hedonist. I mean, this is a gimmick in and of itself, like, because Overhealers... I suppose if Overheal Priest remains a meta deck, like, then this is good. If it somehow loses that, then it goes into gimmick. But it depends on what gets cycled out for Priest. Because I've seen a lot of people saying that Priests are going to have a shit format.
And they were right. It had a shit format. There was literally no place for them. Like, there was maybe one deck that went around quite a lot, and that was the Blood of G'huun into... what was the thing they summoned off Blood of G'huun? Can't remember. But there was something they summoned off Blood of G'huun that was really annoying. And you just do that over and over again. It's kind of like my old Big Res Priest, which I'll rebuild at some point.
What I'll do is I'll leave it in gimmick, just in case. Because, I mean, Overheal Priest is still a gimmick at heart. It's just a gimmick that got good. It's like Zoolock, which was a very, very early quote-unquote gimmick, which is basically just aggro. You play a lot of demons, but all the demons are very low cost, have very, very, like, they're well statted, like, they're way overstatted for what they were at the time. So, like, Flame Imp is a 1 mana 3/2, which sounds ridiculous, except it does 3 damage to your own face on play. But it didn't matter because you're putting, like, if that you weren't ever trading with other opponents, you were just using it as a way to get very quick damage in on them, even at the risk of your own damage.
Okay. Continue.
Right back.
Oh, it's the ad. Okay. That was when I took a break. I still haven't been copyright struck for this, which I'm glad for. I think it's because it's old. Also, I give the credit up there, so, you know, it's
Just
all
wait
good.
until the ad breaks over to continue.
Oh yeah, there was an ad break
I
actually
wasn't
playing.
back in time.
Oh.
Again, it's about the same amount of time as well as last time. Of not talking much.
Why did I say clip here? I wonder why I did that. So there was an ad.
Pass. God, it's still 2 minutes of breaks. Jokes.
That's the thing is, like, a lot of people don't even see the ads, so I don't know. Go, do something.
To the patterning stuff. So
Yeah.
next we have
Okay.
Kuari, the Light Beyond, Spellburst, Summon.
Okay. Right, so with this, both Priest and Warlock got a Naru card, and I think they accidentally swapped them in designs. Because this is definitely more of a Warlock card because they use a lot of low cost removal spells, and that would give them access to, like, I think Warlock is probably the only class where you can get away with random 3-drops. But it shouldn't be Holy, it should be Shadow, obviously.
Random 3-cost minion. Holy spells don't remove the spell burst. So there are 2 Naru in
Yep.
this set. Both of them are...
Actually, they both got signatures, and the one Naru in the game that doesn't have a signature now is Mida Pure Light, which I'm quite sad about. We need that now, because then I've got all 3 Naru in signature.
actually have signatures that are... honestly, I think Kaara's one is better than Kuari's.
Definitely its effect.
I kind of
really?
think this is bad. I don't like... So, the reason I think this is bad is because I think that both of these should have been dual class. Or they should have...
I would have accepted dual class. Like, it's not like Priest and Warlock don't have other dual class cards, like the 0 cost and the Flesh Giant, and I think Brittlebone Destroyer as well, are the 3 that are shared between the 2. I think that these should have been shared. Both of them should have been shared between classes.
Swapped them. Like, the Warlock one feels way more like a Priest card, and the Priest card feels way more like a Warlock card.
Yeah, I can
Like, obviously you
agree
have to swap
me.
their affinities. But summoning a small minion as a random free drop doesn't really do much in Priest. Whereas the actually, I think I'm going to put this in trash.
Yeah, because it is
I don't
garbage.
think this card will.
The only time I use this card was to complete the quest to summon. I think you have to summon 6 minions off it in like one game or one turn or something. I managed to do it, but like it was, I haven't used it since, and the only reason I still keep the card is because it's a signature, and I can't dust it because it's a legendary.
Play because while it's repeatable, like in the, I think they nerfed the way to reduce holy spells. I don't think it's going to see play at all.
It didn't. I have not seen a single person using it.
I don't think it's like the thing is the Warlock one is really fucking good, and should definitely have been the Priest one instead. I just don't know where summon a random 3-cost minion fits into this game at the moment.
Yeah.
Like there might be maybe in Druid, but I don't see why Druid would have a Naru.
Yeah, so for context, I mean we'll get there later, but for context, in the moment, Spellburst, steal 2 health from an enemy, random enemy, which is really good on as a priest effect, because priest has Shadow Word Devour, which is literally, you know, perfect for this. And you could even keep it as a shadow spell, although you'd swap it to Holy for priest most likely. Although this is definitely a shadow spell. So yeah, this is why I feel like Kaara could have been very easily a dual class, because of the just the effect in general, and the fact it is a shadow spell. Kuare is kind of worse in virtually every way.
Unless they're going to give them all one. I did also ask on I don't know if the guy's actually like a Hearthstone dev or something, but I'm in the hope that it means like Kuari and Kara getting a signature rare will also mean that Mida will also get a signature rare at some
I
point.
certainly hope so. That'd be really nice.
Light speed, give a minion +1, +2, and rush. Oh, it's Horus. Give a minion
There was a
+1,
Tauros
+2,
in
and rush
chat.
repeatable this turn. I don't think this is going to be used
Yep,
in
absolutely
any
not.
priest deck. Most
No, they got two different buff cards. Neither of them have ever seen any play whatsoever because they're garbage and they don't fit any. The thing is priest class identity doesn't really have a lot of buffs that are directly here's some stats, and that's what this is. And they have two of them, and neither of them have seen any play.
What I see priest decks is that they're control. They're not aggro, so giving minions rush doesn't feel very much like a priest thing to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, if that, I mean, obviously it won't really make sense, but it feels against. When Hearthstone first came out, and then
Yeah, I'm going to talk about class identity for a sec there, which I don't
Taunt
really care
Divine
about.
Shield Lifesteal, this makes Asgara good, except it costs 6, so you're not going to be playing that at the same time. But like, so next Draenor you play someone's a copy of itself, now becomes good because a Shield of Asgara is good.
Yep, that's pretty much all my reasoning.
And that's because it doesn't. It's passive. Everything about that card is a passive. So it goes into objectively good because it is a Taunt Divine Shield Lifesteal, and with that stat line, that's pretty strong. And usually you're going to be playing it after Ascara anyway, so you're getting 2 of those for the price of 1.
Basically, yeah, which is really strong.
Mystified Tokar. If you,
I've seen, I can't remember which creator it is, but one of the creators I follow on Twitter actually pulled this off the other day, and that's pretty cool.
okay, this card is trash. No, this card is a gimmick. This card is not.
It is 100% a gimmick. It's literally a random Reno if both players' health is equals 42 total, which is just like one of those situations you can't really plan for at all, and you just got to sort of hope it happens for this to be functional.
Real card that will ever see play. If combined health of both heroes is 42, set your hero's health to 42. This is not a serious card. This feels like a joke card.
It is
because
kind of like the 1/3 from Demon Hunter.
Never be able to manage the game state specifically such that the health will guaranteed be at 42. I don't think there might be a way to do it, but I don't imagine it being like a real thing. I think it's just 100% a gimmick.
Yeah, there's the other one.
Give a minion +2/+1 Divine Shield. This is better than this. Because Divine,
it matches the class identity better. Basically, like if you've got a big minion, you want to put Divine Shield on it to protect it for a little bit longer. That's more in line with what a priest does. The rush doesn't.
Divine Shield is relatively within what a priest would do. I'm going to put this back in hard. I'm going to put this in hard to determine because this is entirely dependent on if Overheal Priest survives the cycling out of archetypes, basically based on what cards get removed from standard.
Basically, the nerfing to Funnel Cake.
Cost 0, like +2/+1 Divine Shield is pretty strong. Even if you can only do it once that turn, that's still really strong. And finally, Divine Star, deal 3 damage, give a random minion on a hand +3 health.
Again, that feels like a Warlock card.
I don't really see this being played.
It was never played. It was garbage. Like, Priest has 2 other cards that deal 3 damage. One has Lifesteal and one is just a 1 mana deal 3. And this doesn't have a place, basically. Like, unless you can guarantee it's going to hit something that needs some more health. But you can't guarantee that, so... Yeah, Priest got kind of...
problem is, I think it's bad. Yeah, I'm just going to put it in bad. I don't think that...
Yeah, Priest got kind of fucked on this, so...
Yeah. There's anything good about this card. Dealing 3 damage for 2 can be done better already by a priest with 3 damage with Lifesteal. I can't remember the name of it. 3 damage isn't really a lot considering a lot of things still have 4 health. Give a random minion, like giving a minion in your hand plus 3 health is kind of irrelevant,
Yeah.
considering that, you know, you don't want to be banking on the requirement that you can give another minion that health in hand. That's just my sort of thoughts on that exactly. Alright. So glad I get to cut out the interlude later. Okay,
didn't,
Rogue,
obviously.
a class that is my least played. Alright, barrel roll. Deal 5 damage to an undamaged character, cost 1 if you're building a starship.
Oh, I guess we're on Rogue.
I think this is bad. There's a Shadow Strike. I mean,
Oh, God,
if you're building a starship,
yeah, this is still at a point where I didn't know what that meant specifically. So, you know, it kind of winging it. On the other hand, even in Starship Rogue, which is pretty much the only viable Starship deck, because of they have a minion that used to be a Death Rattle, but I think it's a Battle Cry. I think it used to be a Death Rattle, but it's Battle Cry now. And a spell, and they both discover Starship pieces from other classes. And I didn't see this being played in
build a starship. Problem is I don't want to put in objectively good because it's still to an undamaged minion. I'm gonna put it like here. Yes.
Yeah, I would say so.
Work it out later. Gravitational Displacer. When it is launched, summon a copy of the starship. Okay, well that's is that meta defining?
Well, no, because Rogue didn't really have a meta place with starships. But if they had, this would have been the reason why, because getting 2 starships for the price of 1 is pretty good. Its own stat line isn't fantastic, but the copying of it is. So, I mean, this is one of those things that's highly dependent on how good are the pieces that you discover. If they're good, it's great. If they're bad or subpar, it's not good at all. And like it's just like making your deck worse. On the other hand, you got Arcanite Defense Crystal, so you know, always an option.
I'm gonna put it here. It's entirely possible that Rogue might have a meta starship, depending on what the other piece is, because that could make this really good. And obviously, we don't know if there are neutral ones either yet. Well, I personally don't. So, combo and spell burst gain +2 attack and stealth. I don't think this is gonna matter.
It didn't.
I think this is garbage that we'll never see play.
It is one of the very few cards I actually did see actually be played, though. Like, the gain 2 attack and stealth was surprisingly strong, especially because usually what would happen is they'd wait and they'd have a 5/3 with stealth, which is really, really strong. But, yeah.
At this point in the game, stealth is a bit too late, and as well as combo. I think they got like, I think I remember somebody saying that they got like 5 different combo enablers and only 1 combo card.
Yeah, they did.
Must be this. Also, why does Rogue suddenly have demons? Like in the last expansion, they got mechs that are better than every class in the entire game.
Yeah, they got some really, really good mechs in the set before. Like their Titan is also Voltron Prime, which is their Titan. Which is funny because Voltron isn't actually a Titan as far as Warcraft lore goes. But yeah, they got some really, really good mech support that literally any other class would have been really happy to receive, and they didn't. So you know,
Voltron, the Mimiron, and the Coppertail and the Spider. So now they're getting demons, but this is not a very good one. 2 mana 3/3 is not really a great stat line. A 2 mana 5/3 is still not brilliant. Like it will kill something. I suppose the best case scenario what you could do is combo it out actually no, you still. No, I think it's just trash. I can't think of a good reason. I was trying to think of a situation where you combo it out and then you attack with it, it loses stealth, and then you use the spell burst to give it more stealth when it's got 5 attack instead, and then you can sort of get around that. But like, there's a lot of AOE. Like this is not as hard to get rid of as people probably think it is.
No, it's not hard to get rid of. It's just annoying. That's all. Because you know the thing is you're sitting there watching it as a 5/3 with stealth, and like if it had 2 health, it would be less of an issue. But it's 3, so it's just annoying.
Lucky comment: discover a combo minion. Next one you play triggers its combo twice. This is. I'm gonna just put this in gimmick. Honestly, like I don't know what combo does at the moment.
Literally, this was good in one deck, and that was the SI7 deck, and that's about it. I don't think it ever saw any other real play.
If anything, like I don't think it's a real deck. It's the same as me saying before with Druid. Like I don't think they have a token minion deck, but then again, I don't really play at the highest possible level, so that doesn't really matter. But I don't see combo being the rogue deck that's gonna like take the world by storm. It's gonna be still probably gonna be just mechs, because the rogue mech deck is fucking mental.
No, it wasn't actually. It wasn't mech rogue. It was in fact pirate rogue. And then when this set came out, Quasar Rogue, and then they nerfed Quasar Rogue, but it's still viable, so it doesn't fucking matter. But Quasar Rogue is still fun. I played it for a little bit just to show that it took basically 0 skill. You draw the thing that makes it cost 0, you play the thing, and if you've got the draw card location and quick pickup already, you basically win from there because you can't lose. And if you do, you've done something very, very wrong.
Alright. Tolgarth.
Oh god, draw for the worst legendary in the set.
Minions take double damage, combo get a backstab. This is a gimmick. It's not really that good.
I can't remember how they buffed it. I think they buffed it so you get like 2 backstabs or something now, which is completely irrelevant. No, it's the same. I thought they buffed it. They haven't. It's still the same. I thought I saw they buffed it and something else, but yeah, it's just bad.
But at the same time, it's not really that bad. It's kind of similar to.
Oh, do go on.
The Moog Artificer, where everything takes double damage from spells or some shit.
Not really.
But it's only for undamaged minions, and it gives you a backstab, which is a 0 mana spell. So on 4, you can kill a 4 health minion. But that's about it. That's all it does. It's not really a good card in my opinion. It would be funny in a gimmick deck. I just don't see it being played in any real deck.
Yeah, there was no deck that played it. It wasn't even played in gimmick decks. I think sometimes they accidentally discover it, and it's like the other 2 cards are like Flappy Penguins or whatever because they for some reason fucking pick it. But it is a genuinely bad card.
Deal 3 damage to a minion. Reduce the cost of combo cards in your hand by 1. Again, gimmick. We have the problem where not knowing whether combo is good or not right now in the meta or at all is kind of throwing off my knowledge base, because obviously like if I don't know if combo is doing well in the game right now, because like, I haven't really seen because the main deck for Rogue is mech and they have no combo cards. So
yeah, up until this point I hadn't seen enough pirate rogues, because like generally I was playing at lower levels to know that pirate rogue was as bad as it was, but it was. So yeah, that's the thing that happened to me later on.
I don't really see it as being a valuable keyword right now. Battlecry on X combo can't cost 1 less again, gimmick. Like it's cool that it costs 1.
Yeah, combo was kind of like the Draenei. They didn't do anything. They existed, and that was literally all they did.
You get Defias out on it with a coin. I just don't think that's not very good.
I find a good reason for this card to exist.
Get a random starship piece from another class.
Yeah, this is it.
Okay, yeah.
This one was later made into a battle cry, which is a good thing.
So 100%.
I believe so. Let me just double check that. Scrounging shipwright. Scrounging shipwright. Yeah, it's a battle cry now. So yeah, it's better now. It's good now. It was bad before because it's slow.
100%. the meta deck for Rogue this season.
Oh god,
will
I
be
love how much faith I put in
and it'll probably
Starships.
just be added to some other deck. But I reckon that's really strong because that's like it's giving you access to stuff that you wouldn't normally have access to. Discover it. Yep, absolutely. Yep, Starship schematic. So, is this going to be another thing where we got a common, a rare, an epic, and a legendary all in the meta defining?
No, it wasn't.
Let's see.
This is all they got.
Shuffle your hand in your deck, reduce the cost of cards in your deck by 3. This card is objectively good. In fact, it is fucking bonkers. But
Right, so Quasar was good exclusively because of one card, and that was, I can't remember the name of it, but it's coming up soon, and it is has spell damage and spell burst. When you activate spell burst, you draw 2 cards, which is what made Quasar as good as it was, basically. And then they nerfed Quasar, so they are what did they nerf it to? Oh, did they nerf it at all? What was it they nerfed? Quasar. Shuffle your hand into your deck. Oh, it costs 8 now, but that's irrelevant because the card that allows you to play it reduces its cost to 0. So whether it costs 6, 8, 10, 20, it doesn't matter. You're never going to play it for 6 mana. You're going to play it on turn 4 when it costs 0.
He's going to play it because it's very similar to like it's very similar to can't remember the name. There's a mage spell cost 4, reduces the cost of spells in the deck by 1. You can play 2 of those. So by the time you play both of these, your entire deck costs 6 less. But like, I mean, if you get both of them and then you cast them turn 6 and turn 7 specifically, then that's like if you. So yeah, it shuffles your hand into your deck and you don't get it back either. So you play this. Like we're talking best case scenario. Turn 6, you play this. You've already got like at least some kind of taunt on the board or something. Maybe a starship up. You play this. Your hand gets shuffled into your deck. Next turn, you draw 1, and it's second Quasar, and you play that. Now your entire deck costs 6 less, which. When it comes to Rogue...
Well, literally, you only needed to play 1 Quasar to win the game because there was no other cards in your deck that cost more than 3. So, except for the card that makes it cost 0.
Means every card in your deck now costs 0. You know
except
what?
the second
this
copy
might be
of
the
Quasar.
reason people stop playing Sprint again. Sprint...
No, nobody plays Sprint. Nobody's played Sprint in a very long time. There's a good reason for that. It's because they have better draw cards now that don't cost 7.
It used to be a 7-mana draw 4 for Rogue.
It still is, but nobody uses it.
I don't know if it's part of the core set right now, but if it is, then it will see play because it's a 1-mana draw 4, and you literally just win from there because like when everything costs 0 and your highest cost card is 1, yeah, you ain't gonna be losing very quickly from there.
Yeah, generally speaking.
Right.
So yeah, in my opinion, the meta defining and objectively good. Just basically needs to be swapped there. Like the starship pieces are not out of all of the starship pieces you can get in every class. The starship piece, well, it's only really 1, but then you random into the rest of them. Are generally speaking good. Like I could probably do. Let me. Okay. Check all starship pieces to determine how good Rogue's ability to random into them is. There you go. And this is getting a long list. I've probably got 8 additional things to do. But yeah, Quasar became their meta-defining card in that one deck that they then tried nerfing and it failed miserably because Quasar Rogue is still very playable. And of course Pirate Rogue is still like the pirate deck, the Rogue deck.
That leaves Shaman next, I believe. Becomes that new cast after this is put into play. It becomes that spell, but twice. Play. Whatever the.
Oh yeah, because I was checking the hero power, I think.
So you need to summon Farseer, let him. Okie dokie. Farsi and Abundu. Open the galaxy's lens, it absorbs the power of the next spell you cast.
Okay.
Farsi and Abundu.
Okay.
What does that exactly, what does that mean?
What does that mean?
Okay. Trade coin, wish upon a star.
So yeah, I'm pretty sure the way that Nabundo works, I haven't really played around with it a lot. But the way it works is you cast a spell and your hero power basically becomes that spell, but it costs 2, so you can cast like the biggest fucking spell in the world, and your hero power will cast it again, but it costs 2. Kind of the same way it is in Battlegrounds, almost. Almost exactly, actually. Yeah, it's a good card though.
Play this on turn 5, then coin next turn for an 8 mana play on 6. So you need to summon Farseer, let him die to summon the Galaxy's Lens, then have a big spell ready in order to maximize effect.
E.g. Nebula. Nebula is crazy. That was a good
I
card.
don't get what this. You want to be a big spell, having minions survive is harder than having.
Okay.
So, whatever the spell you cast after
Oh,
this
it's a
is
location.
going to play,
Yeah, okay.
it becomes
It's a location that costs
but
5.
twice.
But yeah, so anything that you cost that costs less than 5 is obviously bad value. Everything you cost is more, like the spell you cast better costs more than 5, and then it's good value.
I think that this is.
I didn't see play, it was a gimmick. It could work in a gimmick. It just didn't work particularly well for.
Hard to determine.
Yeah, hard to
I reckon
determine
if
is
you put
fine.
the right spell in it, it can be exceptionally powerful. But like a lot of people on that Reddit thread were saying, you know, get the Galaxy's Lens, coin concede, because you've just played the coin,
Check all
and
the
therefore
shaman
the
spells.
location
See
that
how
it plays,
yeah.
it's just going to copy the coin twice instead, which is 0 mana spell. So you probably want something big that you're cheating out.
Okay.
Right, Murmur, your battle card.
This card is fucking crazy, by the way. It's up there with maybe one of my favorite legendaries in the whole set. Like basically, when it first came out, so my friend has a shaman deck that goes Lothramar into Macaw into Macaw. So basically, your minions' attacks are doubled 3 times. So I decided to one up him because I own Shudderblock and I own Shudderwock, the Diamond Shudderwock, by the way. And so you can double your minions' attacks. So you go Shudderblock. No, you do Shudderblock into something, and then you go Shudderblock Mini into Lothramar Theron. And that triples it. And then later on, you come back with the Shudder. And then you Macaw, then you Macaw, then you Shudderwock. It gets pretty fucking stupid. Even the smallest minion in the game is like on, I think, nearly 100 stats. Actually, let me see how big a 1/1 can become with full Lothramar combo. And then the other day we were called Ghost, which I also had a build based around Murmur. So you do Murmur, Shudderblock, Ghost. So it destroys, it basically hand rips your opponent for 3. Then you play the miniature Shudderblock and you play your other Ghost for 1 as well. So it's a 10 mana combo, and it hand rips your opponent for 6. And there's really nothing they can do about that.
Minions cost 1, but immediately die after being played. This is a gimmick. I was talking about this on.
The thing is it is insanely good, but it doesn't see play. Sadly, it's a really good card, but because Nature Shaman is still the Shaman deck, as well as some people still desperately hanging on to Shudderwock and their quest line, it's fun. It's one of, like I said, one of my favorite legendaries in the set.
Day because I saw this. So the reason I think this is broken is insane. Is because so Shaman also has a card called Shudderblock. Shut up. Oh, what have I done? That is wild. There you go. Shudder block. Your
Yep.
next battle cry triggers 3 times, but can't damage the enemy hero. Right. So the way that I see this working out.
By the way, the ghost combo does not actually work. Do not actually try it. It requires specifically Murmur and both your ghost and Shudder block to work, and it has to be on turn 10. So it's really really bad, but it's still funny.
If you play this, doesn't
Okay.
you
Yeah.
play
Rothamar.
double zero?
I did the math wrong
Which-
on this.
Even in the worst case, I 100% see this as a card that people are going to try and absolutely break.
Yeah,
most
there's such a thing in the game as design philosophy. Right, you probably I mentioned it earlier during when I was talking about Exile Maladar. Murmur is one of those cards that kind of fucks up design philosophy because now they have to be super careful about what battle cries they print, especially if something has a battle cry and a death rattle. Actually, I should try that. Murmur is a minion who has battle cry, death rattle. See how that goes.
Biggest way possible. There will be there probably won't be compilations in the same way as Yogg-Saron, but I can see there being an argument for this card being in that same sort of meme territory.
Yeah,
Where
it's good for a meme.
It will be a challenge to see what the most ridiculous combo you can pull off with it is. Honestly, I fucking love the idea of that though. I'm here for it. Meteor Storm, deal 5 damage to all minions, shuffle 5 asteroids into your deck. If I remember rightly, the asteroids when draw deal 2 damage to everything. Let me just see. Meteor Storm. Oh shit. What does it cost? Fuck off. 6.
That sounded like the music from Medieval
Yeah,
2 for a
Storm.
second there.
And the asteroid.
Catch that?
Deal 2 damage to a random enemy. Cast when drawn. Okay, so it's just one random.
Yeah, I ended up building a deck thanks to Murmur, as well as the Shudder Block stuff and the Macaws. That basically the goal of it was to fill your entire deck with meteors, asteroids, and Incendious. The main part of the combo was turn 7 with the mini Shudder Block and Incendious. So you put 15 of the heat waves into your deck, and then like basically as long as Incendious lives for like one turn, you basically have enough to win the game just off the back of those alone, which was just great. And it does kind of work. It just needs some fine tuning. I called it the Fafo Shaman, Fafo Asteroid Shaman, which is the fuck around and find out Meteor Shaman.
It has an Aegir tag. I think it's. The thing is its initial effect is really strong. I just don't think the asteroids are good. So I'll put it in.
Yeah, this is because I hadn't seen. There's a card that increases their damage. There's a minion that increases their damage as a battle cry, which I hadn't seen yet. Which I will see soon. So you know.
Yeah, I don't think it will be seen in like any serious meta deck or anything. No.
It wasn't. There is no real meta outside of Nature Shaman for Shaman. Come on. Oh, there you
The
go.
next Draenei you play costs 2 less, but has overload 2. So you front load two mana's worth of the cost onto the turn after.
Yeah, I'll just say right now, I've never seen anyone play this card. It just doesn't. It's not good. It's not good enough, basically, as a 2-drop to be playable.
I mean, it's interesting, but I don't see why you'd overload yourself that way. I think I'm going to put in hard to determine.
Yeah, it belongs in
Because
the trash.
obviously,
I've never seen
card
anyone
is
use
high
it.
Farseer.
Like the thing is I've seen Nobundu, Murmur, Meteor Storm, all that. I've seen it all. I think I've seen every other Shaman card from the set be at least played with or tested with. Never seen anyone use Planetary Navigator.
for this.
I wonder if I talk this down a bit.
Summon 2/1 random 1-cost minions. Garbage.
Oh yeah, that's just trash. Okay, there's another one I've never
This
seen.
would be
anyone
good
use.
in Paladin. It is good in Paladin.
Yeah, this would work better in Paladin because they actually have cards that do exactly this. The reason it doesn't work in Shaman is because it's Shaman.
And even then, it's only good in Paladin because the Paladin version of this puts 2 1/1s into your hand, and you hand buff them.
And they have a
This doesn't
quest
have
that specifically says play 1-drops, which gives them the busted Cariel.
A different spell from your deck. Got 3 copies of it into your deck. I think
This is okay. This is a card that I've never seen played, but I've played it a lot because discovering, for example, an asteroid and then putting 3 additional copies into your deck is hilarious. That with Nebula or the Incendious Wave things, it's not a good card. It's just fun. It's a silly fun card. That's all it is.
okay, here's my prediction. This card is going to be ridiculous. I don't know what it will be good in because I don't know what the Shaman. Like, I only have 2 Shaman decks and one of them is Totems. But I think that there is going to be something that makes this card ridiculously broken. Like
There really isn't one.
It doesn't have to be from this set, but there is going to be a reason this card is insane. I would probably run this personally in a deck where I use like Jive Insect, which turns a minion into Ragnaros the Firelord for 5 mana. I think there's something to this card. It's too well designed to not ever see play. I think that somebody is going to break this card completely. Ultraviolet Breaker, deal 3 damage to an enemy minion, shuffle 3 more asteroids into your deck.
Just
I'm just going to put this here. I think there's going to be a gimmick, but honestly, I don't care enough about the gimmick because it's just...
Okay, I did say that I didn't care about it on release, but I was wrong. I played it and it was enough fun that I decided, yeah, I want to be doing this for a while.
Some asteroids, it's like playing Helldivers when you're on a...
Like, don't get me wrong, Totem Shaman is still my go-to basic Shaman deck, but this is like my second probably.
On those planets where you got Meteor Storm, it's like it does nothing. It's got 2 8-cost minions to summon with Taunt and Elusive. This is ridiculous.
Nebula is actually absolutely insane, especially if you put it through the Galaxy's lens.
It's extremely strong. There's a mage spell that summons, I think it's 2 6 costs and gives them Taunt, Divine Shield, or it might be Paladin that does it. But Taunt and Elusive it means you've got 2 minions that are fucking hard to get rid of, especially because 8 costs, generally speaking, have a lot of health. Like, I mean, on 8 you're looking at stuff like Ragnaros the Firelord.
Yeah.
Which, like, imagine getting a fucking Ragnaros the Firelord off that. That'd be ridiculous. Right, discover a spell from your deck, reduces cost by 5. This is going to be a big deal. I don't know what spell it's going to reduce.
I was wrong. This card does not see play because it's too expensive. The other reason is that there are cards that just draw spells for Shaman. They have other draw cards, and by the time you reach turn 7 mana, you don't need to be reducing the cost of the spell because you just be able to play it anyway. This card again, no, I think I've seen it played like once and it wasn't good. So
by 5, but this is going to be a big fucking deal.
Yeah, right.
Like, just that reduced cost by 5 is just ridiculously good. And a Bolide Behemoth. Your asteroids deal 1 more damage.
A big old head is in the way.
Okay, so they're trying to do Incendious. There's a legendary...
There you go, your asteroids deal 1 damage. So basically you put this out after Shudder Block, or the Shudder Block Mini, and then, yeah, you do a lot more damage with your basic meteors.
It came out, I don't know if it was the last expansion or the expansion before.
Oh, Insidious was
Insidious
before this?
And let me just double check to make sure.
Yeah, I didn't know that. I thought it was the same set, but I guess it's been a while, so.
At the end of your turn, upgrade your options. Shuffle 5 eruptions into your deck. They deal 1 damage to all enemies when drawn, and it upgrades every single turn. So basically, they're doing their... What set was that? That was Badlands, maybe? Perils. So that was actually literally the last set. So they're literally already... They're taking a legendary from literally the last set and making
an entire archetype out of it.
Have its effect, basically.
Hey, I'm not complaining. This is one of the very few times I'm not complaining because it's not actually doing the legendary's effect on a common. They are creating a basically an entire archetype around the idea, like the basic idea of it, which is a completely different thing.
Which is a little bit insulting. I always hate when they do that, like when they take a legendary.
Okay, no, what I hated was when they took Ragnaros the Fire Lord and gave its effect to a common that has also got more attack and more health and can attack. That was the only time it truly offended me.
They give its effects to non-legendaries. All right, so Warlock. This is the class that I'm most excited for. Besides Paladins, although Paladins with gimmicks is for like maybe serious shit.
I can't remember
depending
what
on
was
how
in this that made
invested
me
I get in
excited.
this season. Right, so Heart of the Legion, Lifesteal Starship Piece. I'm gonna
Not
put this
good.
in objectively.
I still don't
like
think
any
much of the
Starship
Starship
pieces that do like literally nothing when you play them. It's gonna be dealt with a spell as well.
I don't remember what I was excited for in Warlock.
Spellfire Thrusters. Deal its minions attack damage to 2 random enemy minions. Starship piece, so spell burst, so that's not bad.
Yeah, that was actually a pretty good one out of the lot.
Compared to this one, anyway. Right, Infernal Stratagem, give a minion 3/3. If it's a demon, your next one costs 3 less.
Oh yeah, because
This
of the
is a bit
Kil'jaeden star.
insanely good, maybe? No, hold on, that's...
It's not. This is not good, but it's good for demons a little bit. But it's still very slow comparatively.
So, your next demon costs 2 less.
Cool. Go ahead.
Best way to big.
A lot of this stuff was based around the Kil'jaeden. Like your deck becomes a portal of demons that increase exponentially on a turn-by-turn basis. A lot of they cost less stuff is because of exclusively that.
Being insane. Probably one of the coolest cards at that Blizzard have ever printed.
I'm a big fan of like Demonology and Hearthstone.
Or put into the game. But I don't know if it's going to be a serious like meta threat deck.
It wasn't.
So
Demonology has never been a
I
real
do like it.
meta contender.
0 mana spell.
Like they have good aggro potential. Like it's the reason why Zoolock was one of the most popular decks in the entire game's history, or like one of the most successful ones because it's a lot of small minions that have decent stats. You know, like it's like I was talking about what was it, a Blood Treant or something the other day? How Treant. It doesn't cost mana, but it costs health. Where is it? Blood Treant. There you go. Yeah, so it costs health instead of mana. And like I thought this card was garbage, and like to an extent, but then I saw it being played because I play Treants, like so I have this in that deck obviously. But then I saw it being played in Warlock, where they've also got 4 mana 5/6s that hit you in the face when you play them for 5, or like Flame Imp, which is a 1 mana 3/2 that deals 3 damage to you on play. You know, they in a vacuum they seem bad, but like when you want to get a lot of really early game aggro down very very quickly, that's where it's good.
Your hero has taken
Hellstone made Demon Seed so ridiculously overpowered that they had to nerf Demon Seed and Darkglare.
his turn. This will never be seen in standard. It will be exclusively used in wild, and it will be used exclusively in Demon Seed.
Yeah, because you can do 30 damage to yourself or more and then recover it all. It's still ridiculous.
Oh, actually, no. Hold on. It gets better than that. So there's a Blood Treant. No, because that's not damage. That's paid. It doesn't matter. Get
Yeah,
random
ignore
demon. Reduce its cost by 2, so you can get 5 random demons on turn 10 that cost 2 less. Again, I'm going to put this in gimmick. I think Demonology has always just been a gimmick. I don't think it's ever really... I mean, you could argue that there is like Zulok, which has a lot of demons, but you didn't run demons in Zulok because they were demons. You ran them because they were high statted for their costs.
Yeah,
And,
like a 1 mana
were
1/3
generally
with
good value
taunt, or a 1
minions.
mana 3/2, or
Ah, it's got Aura, the Dark Star. Steal 2 health from a random enemy. Shadow spells don't remove the spell burst. See, this is the one I think should have been a priest card. Because there's literally a priest spell called Shadow Word Devour that steals one
I'm
health
just
from
using
every
the
other
same
minion on the board and gives it to one
reference.
minion
Okay.
you target with that.
Yeah,
like,
neither of the Naru have seen it any play, to my knowledge, except for people trying to complete the quests related to them.
funny, like, but I don't think it's going to be a like. I don't think it. I think that much like with Kuare, I think that in Warlock, unlike the priest one, like,
Yeah.
last bit.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, it's not Archimonde I'm thinking of. Summon every demon you played this game didn't start in your deck. This is going to be, like I said, the gimmick. In one,
This, unlike Killjoy and Archimonde, was never saw play basically because Blood Reaver Gul'dan does the same thing. Like you play big demon taunts, and then you later on play Blood Reaver Gul'dan. But I've never seen this being played. So
you play this with Blood Reaver Gul'dan, and you just make your opponent hate you their entire life.
basically, yeah. I mean, it's technically like copying Amulet of Undying in Priest. Like, you know, where you cycle it back into the deck, it gains plus one more minion it revives. You do that a bunch of times. Your Creation Protocol unit is off, so then you can, you know, use it multiple times to resummon all the undead, resummon all the Death Rattle minions, which is usually Scrapyard, Colossus, Moarg, Arch, the 8/8 that gives you 8 armor when it dies, Light Shower Elementals. You know, like basically that's how big Res Priest works, and yeah, my build is basically that, so I'll share that at some point.
Bad
Omen, let's go.
Summon 2/6/6 demons with taunt. I mean, this is fine. The problem with it is I think it's a. I'm going to put this in hard to determine as well because I think it's in the wrong class. This is a Demon Hunter card. Demon Hunter card class has a bunch of sigils, which are cards that you literally can't interact with, which makes them bullshit. But they are at the start of your next turn, at the start of your next turn, at the start of your next turn, blah blah blah. You see what I mean? At the start of your next turn. It's a Demon Hunter card trait, it's not a Warlock thing.
The only thing I dislike about Bad Omen is it's tied directly to starships. If it wasn't a starship card, because I don't understand why it would have any why the interaction with starships even exists. If it didn't exist, it would be like a top tier card. But since if there was some other restriction on it, like maybe if you, I don't know, holding a demon that costs 0 or something, but it's like, you know, it's because it's a starship card that basically, I mean, it's cool that you still get summon 2/6/6 demons in 2 turns, but yeah, I mean, it's kind of bad.
So again, it's kind of weird that it does meta defining. It's going to be part of this package.
Yeah, for Body Flame, literally you want to hard mulligan into these, so then all the demons you get off Kil'jaeden later in the game cost 2 less basically, and some more if you copy it or get other copies of it, because there's also ways to discover demons, and usually this will be in that pool.
So because of the big neutral that we'll be getting to soon, this card is absolutely fucking insane. I saw I can't remember who Day9 was playing against, but Day9 was playing against somebody with the Warlock, with the Demonology Warlock deck, and this card is insane.
Yeah, they had like 4 of them.
And then finally, Twisting Nether exists. Destroy minions except demons. It's good. Yeah,
the main problem with Black Hole being compared directly to Twisting Nether is that Twisting Nether is a desperation card. You don't really play it on in any other situation, then you're going to lose if you don't play it. And this isn't really that much different, because like you're going to play it. I mean, it's cool that it doesn't destroy the demons, which is obviously going to be all of your own minions. But at the same time, it just seems like a weird dampening down. So yeah, it's kind of weird, but whatever, I guess.
He played in every stall deck but it's not a good deck. It's not really.
It
that
just gives
good.
you 4 Twisting Nevers, basically.
I mean, it is good because it wipes everything out there in the demon.
They also buff Twisting Never to include removing locations, so that's the thing.
Annoying because the card literally already exists. So,
Neutrals.
the next Draenei
Oh,
you play
Warrior.
gives your hero its attack for that turn.
Not good.
Okay, well,
no, nobody played it. The problem is that there are a lot of Draenei you could get the attack off of, but it's only the next one, and your hero, you're still taking chunks out of your own hero to play it. The stat line is fine, but it doesn't really do much to
This here?
benefit having
Until we
like a
say
dedicated
good.
Draenei deck.
Like anything. Cost one less for each Draenei you control.
Again, more with the Draenei. Like there's cutting class for warrior, which is just infinitely better than this in every way.
Trash. Like the wild decks, a lot of really good drain. I'm gonna put it here actually. This card is, speaking of which,
The next Draenei you attack or you play attack random immediately attacks a random enemy. There's only one. Like the thing is warrior is the only real class that could probably play a Draenei deck, and that's because you want Expedition Sergeant into a Karma, and then a Karma attacks, and all your other minions can then attack as again, which is good, assuming you've got any on board, but usually won't because they're not particularly big minions.
Draenei you play with that fucking Draenei is Demon, Battle Cry, Spellburst, and
This
Death
card has seen a hell of a lot of use in the Odin Warrior because of the it's good for crowd control basically if you don't want to run like Whirlwind or any of the stuff that like repeatedly, like if you don't want to basically do the same thing but take longer to do it. The fact that it has 3 sets of doing 2 damage to everything in play is pretty good. So yeah, like, it's not bad. I've also used it in my version of a couple of different decks because of its ability to crowd control a lot of aggro decks out.
I'll deal 2 damage to all other minions. Where does this fit? Paper it's good because it's like 6 damage. Right, to everything else on play. I mean, it's a good oh shit button, and an amazing counter to the crewmates. I'll put it in objectively good.
It is a good card.
Pretty much.
I just
Spend 2
undervalued
armor to discover another. Holy fuck!
This is really, really good for warlock, for warrior. Like literally, just
Question
like
is, do I put down meta? Well,
it's not the same as discovering a minion. So yeah, because it's faster than discovering a minion. Like that spell can be online immediately. But also warrior has a very like while they're not really spell focused, they do have a good lineup of like really strong spells. And the worst case scenario is you get one that's just like not good at like not situationally good in the moment you get it. And that's like the worst case scenario usually.
Build the best warrior deck. Because if it is, this card is fucking insane.
Like, all warrior.
If Odin isn't the best warrior deck in standard,
Good.
then this isn't that good. Actually, it's still good.
That's the thing is you can run it in
It's
Odin Warrior though because it will search Sleep Under the Stars, New Heights, Hydration Station. If you're running the mech version of it, you can also run. You can use it for. You can also find what's it called? Something Leak. That summons the highest cost minion from your hand. It attacks something and dies. There are just like a lot of really good spells, basically.
You're paying 4 mana.
No, you're paying 2 mana and 2 armor, which you probably already have, because you don't hard mulligan into this. You hard mulligan away from it.
To discover 2 spells. I'll leave it in meta defining because honestly,
I mean, it wasn't. Warlock didn't really have a meta defining deck to the best of my knowledge until Terran showed up, and even then, I don't know if that changed that. But it's a fucking good card.
I think Odin Warrior doesn't cycle out. Hold on, let me see. What sets?
Okay, so,
Where is it? Okay. That's just give me 1 second. Yeah.
Crystalline Great Man, so you, after your hero attacks, give all Draenei in your hand +2 attack. I still disagree with.
We
the
still
whole
need
Draenei.
like fill your board with random 2-cost minions at a time. Okay.
This is also atrociously bad. Dwarf Planet is
I hate cards like this.
anything
This
with
is bad.
random is generally just
Rubbish.
bad.
Pay
Sorry about that.
10 mana to do.
Yeah, basically, Dwarf Planet is just a bad card, in my opinion. Like, it fills your board with a random set of minions, and you don't know what they are or what they're going to do, and they could have detrimental effects. So, yeah.
Basically nothing. Paint, like say,
Plus, it fills your board with 2
they've already
mana
taken
minions.
this card a lot of. Yeah, Spore Impress Moldara. Shuffle 7 replicating spores into your deck.
Replicating spores are so weird. I haven't actually gotten to play with them yet.
Moldara. What is a replicating spore precisely? Summon a random 5-cost minion. Your future replicating spores summon it as well. Jesus, that's fucking broken. So you're shuffling.
Yeah, but it's a random 5-drop, and you don't know what it is until you draw a replicating spore. And actually, hold on. Check all warrior and neutral 5-drops to see how good Moldara's replicating spores are. There you go.
Jeez.
It could be good.
Okay,
Like, I've
so-
seen some people
Again,
playing
so
it
you
in
can't run, you can't be running
like
legend
decks where they just waste time at the start of the game, but
statistic stuff like this. I'm
like,
gonna
you know,
look into it.
you'll see somebody who plays Malkazar, Moldara, Renethal, Cthulhu Shattered, and now the new Ysera. You know, all the start of game effects basically, and so then it basically just wipes out one whole turn as a game.
Like, I've got until November 5th anyway, so I wanna like.
It
decide
seems
whether to
pretty
do it.
good for
It's-
it seems pretty good for the purpose of. Wait, hold on.
Is good. No, like
Start of game, replicating spore, summon a random 5-cost. Okay. Yeah, something in my head was telling me that you got to pick and then it was that, but no, it's random. Okay.
you see, there's stuff like this that is maybe good because there are a lot of shit 5-drops.
Yeah, that's the thing is, it depends entirely on which 5-drop you get.
Attack again, except itself.
Here's Exarch of Karma.
I don't think this is good.
It isn't.
I think
it
this
wasn't.
is honestly.
The thing is as good as Exarch of Karma could potentially be, I still haven't seen a single Draenei deck, except for one. I saw one priest playing it, and everything else was just the Vel and Saronite combo.
I'm gonna put this in objectively good because at the end of the day, even though hold on.
Was at this moment he realised
So far the best.
that Akama does not only allow Draenei to attack again; it's everything that can attack.
Target for unyielding Vindicator and X.
Oh dear.
And I think they're good, but they're not good enough.
I mean,
I
that's
don't see
basically the crux of the argument: is that Draenei are okay, but they're not okay enough to be actually played in anything. So yeah, it's just a waiting game basically for more Draenei, so they can be good in
I
the
honestly
future.
don't think there's going to be any like meta-defining Draenei deck.
There
bad.
aren't, no.
Yeah, your pirates have charge. Like whereas all your Draenei played option is you play
Yep.
tanks
Okay.
card.
Yep. Yeah.
It's just like no, but I based on this card on it doesn't benefit. I think that warrior. How many How many classes have trash cards?
I think I left
Three.
the Karma in objectively bad simply for the sake of the fact that, like, when all the rest of the Draenei are bad, he is also bad. Like, that's the thing, is it's one of those cards that is only good if everything around it is good. In the same way as Velen wouldn't be half as good as it was if Saronite Chain Gang was not also a Draenei.
Actually, most of them did.
Okay, that's Mage.
Two spells in, like, I don't hate it though.
I've seen people
7
using
mana,
this.
3/9. That's a weird stat. I don't hate it though. It's weird that they're throwing a lot more holy spells in. Like last set, there was a forge. No, it was a forge card. There was a forge card where you, your hero gains 6 health and get a random holy spell. Its stat line is good. Its cost is bad. I think this is objectively bad. Like getting 2 holy spells that cost.
It's
less,
cool, but yeah,
really
it's not
enough
very
to
good.
validate the cost of it. I think there's 7 mana for. Like the stat line is fine because I think Secret Crusade. No, there was Blackguard. Yeah, Blackguard
yeah.
was Good Lord. Yield.
Minions with a 3/9 stat
The
line.
7 mana 1 passive. The start of your turn, discover a spell. Oh, at the start of your next turn, discover a spell.
Yeah, not fantastic.
I don't think this is good.
I've seen people actually using this, so for the ability to discover a random spell. So it's not
Actually
entirely
I think
terrible.
Galactic
It's
Crusader
just
might be trash.
not excellent.
To get
Galactic Crusader is not trash.
Each time
There's
you gain
Kil'jaeden,
2/2.
the meta defined.
This is the demon. This is the big fuck. This is the big dick energy demon. This is gonna be the meta definer. This is gonna warp. This is either gonna warp the meta completely, like it's gonna warp the game completely, or it's gonna do absolutely fucking nothing.
And
Because-
it didn't warp the game, but it also didn't do nothing. It was in the middle. It was in a good bundle of decks. Each of basically it created a whole new game style where the whole point of the game was to stall out the game until the very end and be a dick, and then you know. Like, it's sort of one of those things where, yeah, you get to the end of the game, you'd have no cards left, and then you go, oh, Kil'jaeden. And it's like, okay, cool. I guess that's what's happening now.
You can no longer fatigue while you have this, and every single turn you live after this is played is just punishing your opponent again and again, because your entire deck just becomes random demons, which sounds bad, but so let's get out the there's I think it's Void Walker. Yeah, there you go, Void Walker,
that's the
1/3 with Taunt. Right, say you survive 10 turns after playing our boy Kil'jaeden there.
Yeah.
Right, this is a 21-23.
Yeah, after 10 turns. Usually it doesn't go on that long.
Battle Cry, so it just goes or +1 spell burst.
This is the Ethereal Oracle is the probably the most broken card Blizzard have ever created. Yeah, at least in its original form. I think it costs 4 now. But yeah, it's spell damage +1 and spell burst, draw 2 cards, which, like, so 3 mana is already draw 2 cards. Having 2/3 body attached to that is already a 2 mana minion. Then you have 1 more mana for the spell damage. So you're looking at basically 8 mana's worth of value. 6 mana's worth of value, 3 mana card. And it was the reason Quasar was good.
Objectively good. Draw 2 is a 3 mana. Trying to specifically Zigzaws.
Get a random minion of the spells cost. This was not ever used by anyone.
You get
ever.
I don't think that I think it's anything.
Go.
Synonymously Rush, Taunt, Stealth.
Rages. They're always just a gimmick. They don't exist for any other reason than comedy at this point. I think it was after people were like, yeah, the original Magma Rager was pretty freaking bad. So you know, they're not good cards. They're just funny. That's all there is to it, really.
Question mark. So this is set. Yeah. Obviously plays in set. Well,
Now I'm going to start rushing because I'm running out of time as well.
the buffs.
Next trainer you can play
Objectively,
gets
pretty
+2
good.
+1. Not bad for a 1-drop,
It's a one mana
basically.
that buffs the next card you play.
That was correct there. It
which
is just
pretty strong
objectively
on
good,
its
even though Draenei were not in it as a board.
deck with
Next.
right.
Next, blank screen. So,
Play. This is just garbage.
yeah, Starscard Consular spell burst becomes an 8 attack, 7 health minion. Even in Dragon decks, this didn't see play because Dragon decks are already filled to the brim of Dragon cards, and there's no room for a 5 mana 8/7 that doesn't have any other specific stats attached to it. You could probably put it in Paladin because Paladin has a card time. I can't remember what it's called, but it gives dragons you play Taunted Wild Shield. It's like fucking. But yeah, generally it's still pretty bad because it's you know, it's just generally pretty bad, basically.
It's, not 7. Obviously, turn put it back.
Doom Maiden, draw a card from your opponent's deck. If you don't play it this turn, put it back. This is one of those cards that is a gimmick. It's not particularly good, but it's also not particularly bad. It just sort of does this thing, and then you know, kind of like if you get away with it, it's cool. But usually you either draw a bad. Well, I mean, if you assume your opponent is not playing any bad cards, but then you could also assume they're probably playing a lot, like they'll be playing a lot of high cards. But saying that, if you steal like your opponent's, I played this in exactly 2 games. In one game I stole a King's Bane, in the other game I stole a Ragnaros, and I couldn't play the Ragnaros, so I had to go back in the deck. But I played the King's Bane immediately. I was holding on to that coin, and yeah, I didn't. They didn't get it back, and I think they just, if I remember correctly, they just fucking conceded immediately, as you should.
Gimmick. It's a gimmick.
Next,
Space Pirate. Your next weapon costs
not a good card. Weapon cost doesn't really mean much,
1 less.
especially not if you're paying 1 in advance to play it.
Of a deck.
There are better 1-drop pirates as well. Plus, it's a death rattle, which makes it awful. I don't know why I put that in objectively good. It belongs in the bin. Next trainer, you play against +2 health and rush.
Oh no, it's a death rattle. It's bad. It's bad. If it was fast, it would be good. It's because it's a death rattle that it's bad. If this was battle cry, your next weapon costs 1 less, it would be incredible. It's
even past me figured this out.
Rattle, it's not. Next
trainer, you play against +2 health and rush. Not particularly brilliant. You could maybe play it with Exarch of Karma, but like you're basically just sitting on the. If you're playing warrior, the Draenei tribe is good. If you're not, then it's kind of bad. Let me add that to the list. Build a Draenei deck. Not something I want to do, but something I should probably at least test. I did test it when it first came out, but like that was when the meta was still settled on like the last freaking what's it called. Whereas now it's settled, so there's a chance I could get away with running a Draenei deck for a few games.
Gains +2 health and Karma has just become slightly better.
There you go, yeah. Recognizing a Karma.
Actually, no.
Go.
This, however, is for each adjacent card played while in hand. I love the idea of this.
Yeah, like
I think it's
these giants always have an interesting summoning mechanic, and this one is pretty good, especially since it sort of suits the theme of the set. Reducing its cost by 1 for each other card that was next to it that's been played is an interesting way to reduce its cost. Also, yeah, I'd definitely say it's an interesting option.
a gimmick, but I love the idea of it. I don't think it's like objective.
It's not objectively good. It's just it's like most giants.
Starship or
They're
Starship.
situational. Star Volpera, I've seen people running like exclusively for the trade for some reason. But I've never seen anybody really actually play it, so it's more the case of it just being there as a way to interact with starship pieces or starships. I think if this card was capable of deleting the dormant starship, that would make it good. But since they can't do that, it's not.
Meta operatives. Fortunately, My
Nope.
very good.
Didn't see any real play.
Set the cost of a random spell in your hand to this minion's cost. So
That's terrible.
most spells, they cost spell. So it's just pure
Normally you're
starter
gonna
piece.
usually you're gonna run more low cost spells than you're gonna run high cost spells, because high cost spells are very late game sort of, what's it called? But also it can make the coin cost 5 randomly. So that's kind of bullshit. Dimensional Core is the other like quite good starship piece. It's just a 3/2 that gives Divine Shield to your starship. It's pretty useful since it usually won't last even one turn. So that Divine Shield helps it a little bit.
Okay, so I'm gonna put. There'll probably be how many. Okay, so like basically anything are good.
Yep.
Divine
Cool.
Shield, what happens? Just the extra card.
Keep
I'll
going.
take bad.
Keep going.
Oh, I like that.
Relentless Wrathguard, deal 2 damage to any minion. If it dies, discover a demon. This is really good. Like, this is probably one of the best cards in the set, simply because your ability to discover demons, especially like you play this in Warlock and nowhere else, and then you have their costs reduced enough over time that they sort of just like you can discover the thing, which is reduces the cost of demons, which is very valuable. Otherwise, it's just sort of another resource, and also sort of soft removal. So
who likes this card?
I like it a lot.
Let's see. Probably meta defined Warlock becomes a meta. I think it's objectively damage for the and choose a protocol.
The Exodar is a card that launches your starship and then does one of 3 things. It's any deck that has starships in it. It will exist as well as it sits next to Jim Raynor at this point, so it's good basically.
Okay, what is it?
It's not meta defining. It's just objectively good.
Areas starship. I think this is actually starship is where like is.
But obviously, it entirely depends on how good your
Divine
starship
Shield.
is.
Spell burst and draw.
It's not good
Replace
at all. Could easily have been a 1-drop.
I caught time by the way. Require.
Come
on. Spell
Thanks,
burst.
card, buddy.
Since Keller be good too.
Ceaseless Expanse is probably the most remarkable card in the entire set. It's used in so many decks because the cost reduction is very easy to achieve. You can very, very easily get it down to 0. And then recently, I played against somebody who was playing a Warlock deck with the I can't remember the name of the card now. But basically what it does is it takes the stats of a minion in your deck and gives them to a tentacle. And he had this and Phonotum. And like 15/15 is... I got rid of it relatively easily, but like when he keeps reviving the tentacle or the demon, it's good. Like it puts a lot of work in. This is a 4-board wipe, and it's of all minions, and it's fucking crazy. The only sadness I've got with it is I didn't get the Sig. I like the Sig more than I like this artwork. This artwork's not as good. It's basically played in almost every deck now.
This is
so
Cthulhu started, and this is probably the realist. I think it's just going to draw. If it does feel long, isn't it? Is that
Escape Pod Rush, which I thought this was a starship piece originally, and it should be, in my opinion. Death Rattle give adjacent minions 1/1 rush. I still think this should be a starship piece. I think it's objectively bad because it's not. It's not like the thing is. It's just very, very basic. Otherwise, like giving this to your starship would be good. In my opinion, it makes sense.
Say it's. Yeah, I'm just saying. I just really exiled.
There you go. The reason that people played any Draenei at all is because of this and Saronach Chain Gang, and Saronach Chain Gang is literally on play. Summon a copy of it, and this triggers the battle cry of every Draenei you've played throughout the entire game. So when it dies, it summons another copy of itself, which is annoying. Because without silence or stealing, you can't get rid of it.
Say, but rush, gain divine.
I can't see what that says, buddy. Get your big old head out of the way. Rush, spell burst, gain divine shield, I think.
I don't know, but it's an objectively bad. I don't think there is objectively.
Yeah, because it's like six mana 6/6 with
think-
rush should
I don't
be
think that it's
capable of
good.
coming with a divine shield already
There's
by
something
default.
card.
Astral Vigilant, get a copy of Last Draenei you played. Pretty good,
This
I'd
is
say.
a combo.
Unfortunately, it doesn't like a lot. Basically, all the Draenei cards which is just not noticeably. If other Draenei are good, then it's good.
Enabler. Play this. Crimson.
What does that say?
Basically, a
Give
lot
all
of this
Draenei
comes
in your
down
hand
to
1/1.
if Draenei do well, then every card that is a Draenei is good because they all buff each other. It's like a very large toolbox. But if they're not good, then they're very bad.
There you go.
Gain 6.
Arcanite Defense Crystal. This is the gold standard for starship pieces in the game right now. Even the ones from the mini set don't really hold up to how ubiquitously good this card is. And it's yeah, it's just basically that it's taunt 4 mana 3/4, gain 6 armor when it dies. Also becomes your starship piece. So yeah, it's awesome.
Armor. Wow, that's actually a really good starship piece. Okay. Taunt. 4 mana is a bit high. You get us. You can
Next.
exchange them as
Go,
well.
go. Ace Wine Finder. Battle on play gain 2 random effects, and extremely you play gains them as well. Because it's random, it's not good. If it wasn't random, it would probably be better. Like if you had the option to discover 2, but like yeah, like it's not particularly brilliant because they're random and you don't get to choose what they are.
Oh boy.
I imagine most of them are still pretty good, but
Exodar is going to be meta defining tonight. It's going to be like taunt. So,
yeah, I figured out that Arcanite was best from day 0.
7.
Next,
The heal.
go.
Very nice.
Hologram Operator, Battlecry gets 3 random Draenei. I think that for this to work, this should have been like a 1 mana 1/1. Because obviously, like if you're getting 3 temporary Draenei, that's you know, it's kind of what's it called. Like you need to be able to, like you need at least the option to play them all if you get a decent enough set. It doesn't give you the option for that because 2 mana doesn't leave enough space for 3 to be played on top of it. Not really. I mean, it can potentially, but like the more likely scenario is you're going to get more than 8 mana's worth of Draenei out of it. So, oh, for fuck's sake, I didn't catch that Soul Rock. But yeah, like usually it will be too much mana cost, and you won't be able to summon them all.
Shit, I fucking hate the temporary. Okay.
I also dislike the temporary keyword.
Oh, good, it is objective.
Oh yeah, so you got a neutral shuffle asteroids into your deck, which is the one you generally speaking copy most if you can, just because it's very very basic and does exactly what it says.
Shuffle 3 asteroids into your deck, deal 2 damage to a random.
Why am I putting that in objectively bad?
Take
it out of
asteroid
objectively
gimmick
bad.
is going to be overlooked. It's not going to be worth looking at.
Says by me who built a Fafo asteroid deck.
Twice, in my opinion.
Not smart.
It's just kind of gimmicky.
It
like
is gimmick, but it can work.
Total deck. What is it? A soggy woman throwing swords around
is not an adequate form of government. Yeah.
Basically that. Give a woman friendly Murlocs. Death Rattle, draw a card. Fuck me, there's a Murloc in this set.
This is interesting, but since Murlocs are basically a dead archetype outside of like that one person still trying to ladder with them, you know, it's kind of not that good. It's definitely a good card overall, I'd say though. Like if Murlocs are ever relevant, this card immediately becomes relevant. Basically, that's my opinion on it.
This card steals attack a
random. Azul Rager, Spellburst, attack a random minion. This it's bad. It's number 1. It's another Rager. Number 2, it's attack a random enemy minion. The fun part about it is it also has a life steal, so you're getting 5 health back, which means I think they put 2 Ragers in this set, but that's fine. It is definitely trash, but it's a Rager. That's what we expect.
I don't think this will obviously play. And then Demon Hunter.
Maybe I'll build a Rager deck. Let me see. I'm gonna add that to the list. Build a Rager deck. Bracket for the lols. Crystal Welder is literally in any deck that runs Starship Pieces. If you're running Starship Pieces, you have to run this. If
I
you're
mean,
not
that's
running
just,
this,
like,
you're doing
perfect
something wrong.
This is a perfect middle of the road card.
Yeah, literally.
Like, it's not overpowered. It's not weak. It's just there. It just does what it needs to do.
Yeah.
Nexus Prince Shafar.
This is the one we get for free. We got for free at the time. A lot of people tested with it. I haven't seen it since. But it seems interesting.
You know,
So it's kind of like
Spellburst. You actually get.
I think I compare it to Dragon Rider Talarifa in that it gives a minion in your hand +3/+3 in the Death Rattle. Same as Steward. It gives the next Silverhand recruit you play 3/3 and that Death Rattle. So I mean, yeah, I'm fine with it.
Just for free. So if you're a Hearthstone player in chat, log in, you get this for free. I've seen it being used. I don't know if it's any good.
It's kind of tough to validate it because you have to continuously spellburst that specific minion.
Summon 2 4/4s.
Yeah, you summon the 2 4/4 splitting boulders, and then the 4/4s split into 2/2s, and then 2/2s split into 1/1s. Basically, it's just an annoying thing to get rid of, but you can also just completely ignore it because it doesn't have taunt. If your opponent gives it taunt, then you've got a fucking issue. Also, if Shaman gets it off Nebula, then that's a real issue as well. But you know, I like random shit like this. Last night I found Festering Split Root or something like that. There's like a Treant version basically, or like a tree version of it. I don't think it starts out on 8/8. I think it starts on 4/4 and then splits into 2/2 and 1/1. But yeah, otherwise it's fine. It's a good. It's not a good card. It's just a card that exists.
16 but it's just garbage. Mecha Horsey.
Yeah, it keeps going down, down.
This is something players play. The fact that even though they've all black cards, this is fine.
Brute, it's fine. Yeah, like this is basically a Demon Hunter card in generic skin. It's just fine. That's all it is, really.
Minions like this before, where it costs less based on the enemy, how many minions the enemy go.
Go! We're nearly at the end.
We've all got the elemental state.
Why did it go back?
This is
okay. That's weird. The stream must have crashed. I must about to splice this one back together. Yeah, Rascana.
Too bad. Deal with it.
Looking for it.
Random bonus effect.
This is hilarious, by the way. I love this card. Because it's an amalgam, you can random into it off of any like Discover X tribe thing, and usually it's a pretty good pick, especially against hunters, because they might have basically any deck that has a lot of weenies in it, and if you put a taunt in front of it and this doesn't get taunt, then it could be things can get really interesting really quickly.
It has so
it just depends. It's kind of like Vicious Fledgling. It depends on the order in which it gains those bonus effects. If it gets them in the right order, it can be insanely good. If it doesn't, like Vicious Fledgling, if it doesn't hit Wind Fury the very first time you attack with it, it becomes less good by definition, and it gets worse every turn it doesn't hit Wind Fury. With this, because it can access almost every bonus effect in the game, you probably want to be seeing something like Stealth with it first. I don't know. Like the order would be very strange for this, but I like the concept of it.
The entire set.
Oh, that's the whole set. Sweet, we made it in just over 4 hours. Let's go. My leg really hurts because the way I've been sitting is not. So I've now reevaluated the entire set. I was correct on almost everything, which is good. Outside of very few specific examples that were like, for example, things that I thought would be gimmicks or just wouldn't find place. I was definitely right on Draenei, and I was definitely right on Starships. Starships just didn't do enough, and Draenei also didn't do enough. The issue with both of them is they were trying to split the set identity down the middle. Starships did not have enough, until the mini set, they just didn't have enough stuff going for them to make them feel like they were really worth that running. Even the Rogue one, which is technically, which could be argued to be the best one because you can get pieces from any class, doesn't really do enough. And on top of that, you've got Draenei, which have like 2 really big minions. Would be amazing if you could get away with using them. But the problem with using them is Exarch Karma is like makes it as though warrior is the only class you can realistically build a Draenei deck out of, and the other option is just run Saronite and Velen as a very tiny engine that does one thing and then nothing. So it's kind of it's kind of one of those things where it just sort of goes very neither here nor there effectively on like your ability to do either of the main things it does. The demonology stuff did work in the deck in the set, and that's something I'm very very happy about because I do love demonology stuff. I still need new raid command because holy shit. Other than that, like there's a like Quasar Elemental Rogue, the Libram updates. There was so much stuff that came out of the set that is not entirely bad. So yeah, we're gonna end. I've got a long list of I've got a literal laundry list of things to do now. But we're gonna go raid Suna, who's playing Infinity Nikki, and then I'm going to go probably make some dinner because I'm hungry. Alright. Oh wait, hold on. I forgot I've got to actually press the button for raiding. There. That was that wasn't too bad. Thank you everybody for coming. I hope everybody has a good rest of their day. And I will see you next time for a real stream. Actually, no, I think my next stream is on Monday, where I'll probably be doing... Oh no, Monday is Mulligan's. So Mulligan's Monday. So I'll be doing Master Duel and Hearthstone. Yeah. I might be doing some co-working and stuff during the day, but I'm not entirely sure on that yet. Anyway, thank you all. Oh wait, hold on. Copy my raid message. Why do you not copy my entire raid message, for Christ's sakes?